Hello, everybody, and good evening. First of all, happy Friday to all of you. I'm going to take radar off, just introduce myself real quick here. Meteorologist Joe Farrell with you on this Friday evening. We are tracking the potential for some thunderstorm activity in central Iowa. No action going on just yet, but we are expecting things to pick up at least a little bit as we head over the next couple of hours. Get radar toggled back up here. We're already starting to see just a couple of things, pop up here on radar. And this is the first little bit that we've seen so far this evening. Now, of course, you've got what's going on right now into parts of eastern and southeastern Nebraska. This storm right here, I've got circled in the blue. That storm did have a funnel cloud with it for a very brief moment, and that's why they put out the tornado warning for that one. Of course, it's not impacting central Iowa, just a little bit of an interesting little tidbit on that storm there. Let's go back to the National Weather Service Des Moines radar here. Take a look at a little bit of this action starting to kind of bubble up. So finally, we're seeing the convection begin. So enough lift. I mean, there's tons of energy in the atmosphere for storms to use right now. It's just we didn't have other elements of the atmosphere come together up to this point into the evening to get any sort of serious thunderstorm activity. And just to let you all know, there is I'll actually bring it up here. There is a severe thunderstorm watch across southwestern Iowa. You see the watch boxes there. It's technically just outside the local 5 coverage area, but southwestern Iowa got a severe thunderstorm watch. There is no mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. That's what they usually do. They'll circle an area, have a mesoscale discussion, and then eventually they'll, have a percentage on the issuance of a watch. And eventually they might issue one, they might not. No mesoscale discussion including central Iowa at this time. So we may end up not seeing a severe thunderstorm watch at all, unless things really start to kind of kick up and really start to get more robust over the next kind of hour. But wanted to jump in with you all and just kind of give you a little bit of an idea of what we're expecting this evening. So this is the first bit of development here. We've got a stationary boundary that is currently sitting kind of right across the, it's south of I-80. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Go back to satellite and radar. And in fact, we're actually starting to get a few lightning strikes with those. So we do have our first couple of thunderstorms out here in central Iowa this evening. Very first thunderstorms. I want to bring up the visible satellite. And right towards the end here, it's getting to the point where visible is becoming, a little bit harder to see as the sun begins to set. But you can see the bubbling of that convection all through here. So there's the evidence that at least some lift is kind of getting into these first couple of cells here that are trying to get going, trying to develop. Now, do we expect these to be severe? If we are going to see severe weather this evening in central Iowa, in any part of central Iowa, it's going to be, 1, south of I-80, and 2, we're looking at these first couple of storms having potentially, as long as they keep growing and keep keep getting more energized. We could see a severe thunderstorm warning from one of these, potentially. It's not a guarantee. And gusty winds and some hail as kind of the primary threats with this, with these first couple of storms here. Not looking at too much chaos in terms of the severe weather threats heading into this evening, but we are still expecting thunderstorms. It's just not a robust severe weather setup. However, if you are located in Indianola, Martinsdale, St. Mary's, getting in on a little bit of this rain right now, heaviest rain is currently falling right in between. You got, Pleasantville right up along Highway 5 here, in between Highway 5 and Highway 92 near Sandyville and Beach. You got the heaviest rain there, and then a little more of a pocket that is just a little bit west of Highway 14 there. And you saw with the latest scan, just very, very minimal movement to the east. That's another part of this, that these storms are going to be very slow moving along the stationary boundary, which pretty much the entire day has sat kind of right through this area here generally. The front, and so this is going to end up being kind of the focus of where storms are going to be moving across, because winds have been parallel to the stationary boundary all day long. And so when you have that, you've got developing thunderstorms that are not going to be moving super fast and not going to have a fast easterly component to them. And winds are parallel with the stationary boundary. So we're talking training thunderstorms over the same areas, potentially for a couple of hours into the night tonight before things look to try and, fizzle out a bit as we get into very early part of our Saturday. So that's the situation that we've got going on right now. First couple of storms developing here, and I wouldn't think there'd be any sort of action going on with the National Weather Service in the chat, and there isn't. A couple pictures of some of those towering cumulonimbus clouds, and they are beginning to tower. So we're seeing the evidence of that energy and that lift in the atmosphere starting to get a couple of these going. So something I want to do with you all now is I'm going to bear with me for one moment here. I am going to get Futurecast pulled up. I want to roll through this model run here and the latest data that's come in with it to give you all an idea of what things, are going to look like. And I will let you know if I agree with this latest model run or not. Sometimes we don't always agree with what the models try to spit out. They are not always that great. But the first couple of images here actually aren't terrible with this initial convection just to the south and east of the Des Moines metro. But take a look in southwestern Iowa. That's the thunderstorm activity that we're going to watch for into late tonight. That not expecting widespread severe weather from this at all. Should, maybe a couple of, gustier winds within a couple of these cells. Just not expecting widespread severe weather with them. What we are expecting is these thunderstorms. I mentioned the training along that stationary boundary. I mean, for, a good couple of hours into the night tonight before things fizzle out into tomorrow morning. This is a pretty good run, by the way, a pretty good look in Futurecast here. But the rain is going to be able to, it's going to be able to amount and get to higher amounts pretty quickly, because there is so much moisture in the atmosphere for these storms to work with. And so very efficient rainfall producing thunderstorms. It's kind of what we had last night, and why some locations did end up seeing some very, very healthy rainfall totals. We have a chance at seeing some more of that action tonight. So do keep that in mind, especially if you're across, anywhere in kind of south central and southwestern Iowa. I'd be watching for maybe some localized in a few isolated spots that end up under one of those heavier downpours for, a good amount of time. Maybe some localized flooding issues, problems within maybe some of your, whatever town you may be in south central, southwestern Iowa. Maybe of a couple of spots in town that are lower lying that, end up having some issues with standing water and some ponding of water in a few different spots. It's kind of the situation that we're going to be looking at heading into tonight. Now, just because I am curious, I didn't expect to see anything on velocity, and there is nothing. So these are just very straight up, these storms. And I'm going to drag the timeline back a little bit. So they've popped, over the past kind of 20 to 40 minutes. These have started to pop a bit. So again, if you're just tuning in here, these are the first couple of storms tonight for central Iowa. We are expecting more as we head over the next couple of hours, but where we're going to be seeing the action coming out of, the initial development is going to be right where it's at. So we're seeing the initial development here. We're going to continue to see the initial storms within this similar area, and they will be moving pretty much straight to the east. These first couple of storms here, depending on how they progress and strengthen over the next kind of half hour or so, these could bring that potential for a little bit of hail, maybe a gust of wind upwards of 40 to 45 miles per hour. I don't want to make things sound too crazy because it won't be, but just some of the stronger storms with these first couple. That's what we're expecting, and then it's all about the potential for some heavy rainfall heading into the overnight hours, especially across southern and southwestern Iowa. So I mentioned that there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere for these storms to use. I mean, it's on the colors and the contour are on the right side of the banner at the top that is, explosive. So that's just an indicator of the sheer amount of energy in the atmosphere. But there are several and so many different ingredients that need to come together for a prolonged, widespread, severe weather type of event. And we just didn't have that come to fruition and come together today. And we weren't expecting it to come together and come to fruition today. So things are playing out kind of just how we were expecting. But do know that we are looking at thunderstorms coming out of this region all through here, where we've got the severe weather in parts of southeastern and eastern Nebraska. So we're expecting storms to come out of this area and move into kind of southern and southwestern Iowa heading into tonight. And I would be very surprised if we see anything significant reach all the way up to Interstate 80. With the way that these first few storms have popped and where they have exactly popped, don't think we're looking at anything too far north with all of this action. Again, I'd be very surprised if we see anything reach all the way up to Interstate 80. So if you're on the south side of the Des Moines Metro, if you're down into Norwalk, Martinsdale, Indianola, Carlisle, some of these cities on the south side and just south of Des Moines itself, you got a better chance than the entirety of the Des Moines Metro to see some of these thunderstorms tonight. It looks like for the majority of this action, it's going to remain south of I-80, and it's kind of right, I would say, between I-80 and Highway 2, I believe it is. Yeah, State Highway 2 that runs along southern Iowa here, right in between those two roadways. In fact, might even end up being a situation where it's even farther north of Highway 2. It's kind of in between I-80 and Highway 34. But either way, that's kind of the general area that we're going to be watching for some of this going on heading into the night tonight. Just checking different chats and seeing what's going on. So the storms that are into southeastern Nebraska for a short period of time, there was one of them that did have a little bit of rotation and a funnel cloud produced, no tornado produced, but I do want to let you know that our tornado threat for tonight is very, very, very low. About as close to zero, I think, as you could possibly get without it actually being zero. It's just any severe situation, the tornado threat is, I like to say, never zero, because things can always happen, but just not expecting that sort of action tonight. So wanted to hop in here. I'll give you guys I'll go through Futurecast one final time here. Wanted to hop in. We're going to keep a looping radar going on the stream. And if there is an opportunity that I need to jump back in, do an update, cover some severe thunderstorm warnings, then I will certainly do so. And I'll be ready to go to do that if need be. But for now, just wanted to hop in at the start of the stream here, give you guys an update, and I'll hop off. Going to keep the looping radar going. Our 24/7 radar stream is always going as well. So you can always, catch either one. But there's the bulk of the action into the overnight tonight. So once we get past kind of 2-3 o'clock tomorrow morning, so before most of us are going to get our Saturdays, kick off our Saturday plans, it looks like things are going to fizzle out. Now, heading into tomorrow evening, southern Iowa could see an isolated thunderstorm once again, but we're not expecting anything widespread with that. More widespread rain begins to kind of move in on Sunday, just with a lack of a severe weather threat. So that's what we've got going on right now. First couple of storms beginning to kind of pop up just to the south and a little bit to the east of Des Moines proper. So we're going to continue to monitor those first couple of storms. A couple of them may end up on the stronger side, depending on the type of progression that they can achieve over the next little bit here. But then we're going to be watching for the threat of possibly some localized kind of flooding threats right through this area here heading into the overnight hours. So that is where I will leave things. And want to say thank you for tuning in here. We're going to keep the stream going, keep looping radar going. And again, if we need to jump back in, we certainly will. I'll be here monitoring things and to keep you all updated. And just one quick reminder, if you tune into Local 5, you'll see the NBA Finals, Game 2 between the Knicks and Spurs going on. And I've got it up on the TV right now. Probably going to end up being a great series, kind of like the Stanley Cup final series between Carolina and Las Vegas. But we're going to be going on, of course, after the NBA Finals Game 2. So might be on a little bit later than 10 p.m. This evening, but if I don't join stream again or don't foresee the need to rejoin the stream, do know that you can catch us on Local 5 after the NBA Finals Game 2. We'll be live to keep tracking these storms and, of course, have your latest news headlines as well. Have a wonderful Friday evening. Stay safe. We'll update you with anything if things really get going here. We'll keep you posted. But otherwise, have a safe and wonderful Friday evening, and we'll be seeing you tonight on Local 5 News after the NBA Finals Game 2. For now, get it back to a looping radar, and we'll see you then. ready to go. Yes. Hey there, everyone. Good evening. Meteorologist Joe Farrell here, joining you from the Local 5 studios. We are cutting into programming this evening for a tornado warning. Let's go ahead and bring that up on radar here. So this does include Marion and Warren counties. This tornado warning is going to go until 10:15. So this storm is not moving all too fast, but the rotation has really tightened up over the past couple of radar scans. In fact, you can really see the hook on radar there. You can really see that very defined hook right through there. That's where we've got the strongest rotation right now. Let's go ahead and let's get velocity on this here, show you the inbound and outbound winds, kind of what we're seeing and where that strongest rotation is currently at. Let's get that brought up here. Pretty easy to see. So we've got the inbound winds in the green and the outbound winds in the red. So we've kind of got this sort of situation going on right here. Got the outbound winds there, inbound winds there. And there's that area of rotation that we're seeing. So this is just radar indicated. This is not a tornado on the ground at this current juncture, but just in case. So you can really see the hook looking for debris, but I'm not seeing that dark blue circle that would indicate that debris is getting picked up by a potential tornado. So this is just radar indicated rotation at this point in time. So that's at least a little bit of a positive there. So this storm is moving to the southeast at just 10 miles per hour. That's it. So this is a very slow moving storm. Let's get a track on this here. I'm gonna track specifically the rotation with this storm. I'm not going to track the whole thing. Gonna stick to the most important, which is that rotation. So here's that hook again, moving southeast at just 10 miles per hour. So this is going to, that's why it's so short, this storm path, because if you're going an hour out at just 10 miles per hour, yeah, you're not going to get very far. So we're looking at this moving over the Sandyville area here very, very soon. In fact, probably right now. So make sure that if you are anywhere within this area, around Sandyville and up towards Hartford, you're okay. Pleasantville, I would say, probably it's safe to just head to your tornado safe spot right now, just to head into cover. Lowest interior room of your home, basement, if you have one, that's the best bet. If you don't have a basement, that's going, just as a reminder, that's going to be anywhere that is as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's where you want to be. And again, this is just a radar indicated tornado warning. There is not a tornado on the ground with this, but it is very much worth watching because of how tight this rotation has gotten. So let's see what kind of numbers we have on this here. There's a bit of a bright spot there. So you've got the gate-to-gate shear 41, velocity of 42. So not the strongest, of course, that maybe we've ever seen, but this is still very strong rotation showing up here just north of Sandyville. This is all moving southeast at just 10 miles per hour. This is a very slow moving storm. And I know we've got the NBA Finals on right now, but we do want to stick with you through this tornado warning here because safety and letting you all know this kind of information is #1 priority. So we are going to continue to be with you through this tornado warning. Again, this is for both Warren and Marion counties until 10:15. So another about just over a half hour with this warning here. So we're going to continue to monitor this storm right now. Zooming out a little bit, this storm is pretty much on its own. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning now that does south of Greenfield. It includes Orient and Creston. Just quick information on that one. That is going to be also moving to the southeast at just 15 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail is the primary threats with that severe thunderstorm warning there. But this storm is, at least at the current juncture, that storm's far enough to the west that this one that has the tornado warning is not currently at great competition with other storms for inflow, and it also has had the strongest updraft into the storm that we've seen so far tonight. And that was part of what was aiding in this rotation that is showing up. So latest scan of radar, that hook is still there. Again, this is just north of Sandyville where the strongest rotation is. Pretty easy to tell where those reds and greens come together, right in that blue circle there, moving to the southeast. So if you're in Sandyville, you'll want to, I hope you are in your tornado safe spot right now and head there if you are not there as we speak. Beach, same story. Head to your tornado safe spot, lowest interior room of your home or basement if you've got one. That is going to be the best bet. So this rotation is still pretty tight here. Latest radar scan coming in with this velocity. So continuing to show the signs of that a strong rotation just north of Sandyville. And this is only moving southeast at just 10 miles per hour. That is it. This is not a fast moving storm. So this rotation is going to stay in a very similar area for at least a little bit of time here. So it's currently north of Highway 92 and just a little bit to the east of, what is that, County Road S23. That's where we've got this rotation here. And it's probably some hail going on along Highway 5 here, just to the north and the east, or north and west rather, of Pleasantville, in between Hartford and Pleasantville. Got that area right here along Highway 5. Probably got some hail coming down in there. Not exactly sure what size that hail could be, but the potential with this is for upwards of $50 sized hail. That's for that severe thunderstorm warning that's included with this portion of Highway 5, and the tornado warning as well is also $50 sized hail. So we've got hail going on there. We've got the strongest rotation showing up south of it. So you see the red box, there's that tornado warning. And I want to zoom out a little bit and just keep check of everything. And I'm going to check the rotation on this. I don't believe this one, this storm over here should be showing any major signs of rotation. There's a little bit going on, just a little bit to the east or the west there of 169 and west of Lorimore. So a little bit going on there, but not anything super duper significant. The most significant rotation is still very much on this this cell that is north of Sandyville. So we've got we've got kind of a rural area of this going on right now, but a lot of farms kind of all within this rural area. There's also some rolling hills in here. So one of those situations where don't want you to try and go out and try to find where this is rotating if you're in Pleasantville or Ackworth. Just remain in shelter. It may be very difficult to see this storm with some of those rolling hills there along Highway 5. So just stay safe. Keep that in mind. Don't want you going out and trying to find this one. It might be slightly difficult to see. So this tornado warning here is for Marion and Warren counties and will last until 10:15. Let's get another track on this. Thankfully, with the latest scan of just regular radar here, not as defined of a hook, but that rotation has not gone anywhere. It's still showing up as very strong. We'll be keeping a close eye on the latest scans that come in. Let's get a track on this once again for you. Just 10 miles per hour to the southeast. That is all the speed that this storm is moving. Very, very slow moving cell. And that could, just pose some problems on its own, that this is so strong and staying in a very similar spot, especially with that hail going on too. Not a great situation with how slow this storm is moving. Let's get a track on where this rotation is still showing up, which is just north of Sandyville. I'm going to take, because it's only moving 10 miles per hour, I'm going to take this out a little farther to include a few more locations, but they will be quite a bit out in time and not a lot of towns kind of within the path of this storm. But again, a lot of farmland in here, rolling hills, things of that nature. If you've got any friends and family that are near Pleasantville, out in the country, outside of Pleasantville, within this path of this tornado warning, shoot them a text, give them a call, let them know that this is going on. There's a warning, head to shelter if they're not tuning in to any weather updates at this point in time on this Friday evening. So this is the tornado warning here. This is currently the one and only tornado warning that we do have in central Iowa at this time, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning along with the cell that is tornado warned, and then we also have this this severe thunderstorm warning over here, and this warning is going to remain in place until 10:45. Again, a very slow moving storm, and they do have the tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. We did just have a look at the velocity, looking at the winds within this. So this is technically still within the severe thunderstorm warning. This little area here, this is weaker rotation than the other cell that is currently tornado warned, but there is a little bit of rotation showing up, and it is worth keeping an eye on. That's just to the west there of Lorimore. And that cell in particular is moving just 15 miles per hour to the southeast. Very slow movers going on right now. So it looks as though the tornado warning is going to continue here. Again, this runs for both Marion and Warren counties until 10:15. So this is this does not include too much of Marion County. It's this little area, including Pleasantville, right on the corner. The rotation is still currently within the bounds of Warren County, north of Sandyville. Get another check of the velocity. So here's good news, guys. Good news in the fact that this is not quite as strong as what we saw just a few scans ago. Notice the brighter colors within both the red and the green, showing strong inbound and strong outbound winds. Not quite to that strength right now. So a couple of scans here where it was very strong. And then the latest one, it's still showing up, but it's not quite to the strength that we did just see it a few minutes ago. So that is good news there. Now, we are going to stick with you through this tornado warning. That is always the number one priority. I know many of you may be tuning into Local 5. We've got another tornado warning here now. with this storm, we were just tracking this rotation that is just to the west of Lowermore, right along Highway 169 here. So new tornado warning here, everyone. This is going to include, it looks like they did get a funnel cloud report from social media out of that storm that is north of Sandyville. And that's where that report came from, was north of Sandyville. So this latest tornado warning here is for Clark, Madison, and Union counties. This will go until 10:45. Now, the reason that these are so, they're not a very large east or west to east polygon, because these storms are moving at such a slow pace. This is moving to the east at just 15 miles per hour. This is still a radar-indicated rotation and tornado warning, not a tornado on the ground with this one. Do want to check the debris here to see if there's anything showing up. Nothing showing up with that rotation near Lowermore. Let's see if there's anything from this one in the previous few scans. It does not look like that did have any sort of debris being picked up by where the rotation is showing up on radar. So at least the little bit of sliver of good news that I have for you there. The bad news, these storms are rotating. The good news, haven't seen anything and haven't had a report of anything on the ground at this point in time. So these are both radar indicated rotation showing up and radar indicated tornado warnings, not observed with either of these. So if you're just tuning in here, or if you're tuning in looking for the NBA Finals, I do believe, I don't have us on any of our TVs here. I do believe we're using a dual box. Perfect. Thank you, Cody. So we're using a dual box. You can still watch the NBA Finals, but we do want to stick with you through these tornado warnings here. Safety is always number one. Now, one thing I haven't done is gotten a track for you on where this rotation was showing up. See if it is still right near Lowermore here. So not as strong as it once was. Again, it was a little bit tighter a couple of scans ago, but there's still at least a little bit showing up here. So need to continue to watch this one and watch this cell. Again, moving to the east and a little bit southeast at just 15 miles per hour. So very slow moving storms that we have going on right now. So I'm going to adjust the track speed. That rotation was showing up. You can see the hook on radar kind of right through here. It's going to track on this in the next hour. Lowermore around 10:07. So if you're in Lowermore and anywhere near Highway 169, kind of within this area, make sure you are heading to the lowest interior room of your home, away from, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you don't have a basement, if you do have a basement, a below ground basement, that is going to be the best spot for you to go. If you're anywhere within this area here. These storms are moving very slowly right along a frontal boundary that's been sitting in this area of central Iowa pretty much the entire day. These storms got going, started to pop a couple of hours ago, and now we are seeing them currently at this time at their strongest. 2 tornado warnings here. We did get a funnel cloud report out of this storm that is still, that area of rotation is still north of Sandyville. And we just have not seen this move very far. It's only, storm motion's only at around 10 miles per hour. Very slow moving. So this tornado warning is going to continue. It is still radar indicated rotation. Still have not observed anything on the ground. No tornado as of this point. But the tornado warning will continue for Marion and this little bit of, or Warren and this little bit of Marion County here, right near Pleasantville until 10:15. But that is not the only tornado warning that we do have. We also have this one that includes Clark, Madison, and Union counties. This rotation was showing up west of Lowermore. So that is where that rotation has been strongest with this cell. This tornado warning will remain until 10:45. So, Mike 6. All righty. We've got Chris Kubal, Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, with me here in the studio now. Chris, you are just coming into the situation here, but I know you were monitoring things from home there for a bit. Do you have any information that you want to share at this juncture?
Well, sure, Joe. We have a couple of storms now that we are watching. We have some of that low-level spin. That first tornado warning that is currently over the eastern sections of Warren County is now outflow dominant, and it looks like it's trying to recycle back up into things. I don't want to discount that a little bit, but still watch that northern edge from Warren County and then off to the east towards Pleasantville and Marion County. So the newest warning that we do have, again, is down towards Lorimore. And that pronounced little hook right in there. Southeast of Macksburg, west of Lorimore. What we're looking for is these greens and reds to be close together. Bright and tight is what we call that. And so when we start to see those colors come together, that gives us a higher confidence that there is a greater, more pronounced tornadic threat here. Joe, I'll send it back to you. I'm going to continue to dial up a couple of things, and we'll bounce back and forth here as we go on. I do know we have the NBA Finals going on right now, folks. We hear you. We want to get back to the game full screen, but it is our duty to make sure everyone across central Iowa is safe. Joe?
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. That is number one priority always for us here. So as Chris just showed, that rotation is still showing up with this cell to the west of Lorimore. So going to continue to monitor that. Let's get a track on this. I want to make sure that I've got the exact area of this rotation correct when I do put the track on this. This storm is very, very slow moving, just 15 miles per hour to the east at the latest with the tornado warning, and it is still, and they have not changed that, from 15 miles per hour. So
slow mover.
Yeah, very slow moving storms. And the one that is near Sandyville and Pleasantville, that one is just 10 miles per hour. So if you're anywhere near the Lorimore area, hopefully you are already in your tornado safe spot. But if you are not there at this point, please do head there and seek shelter anywhere within this tornado warned area, and just to the points a little bit to the east of that too. Not a bad idea. This is slow moving, but please do head to shelter and just make sure that you're keeping yourself and your families, wherever you may be located within these tornado warnings. Just make sure everyone is safe and sound and taking shelter, because even though we haven't had anything on the ground, Chris, there was still a funnel cloud reported with that rotation that was north of Sandyville there for quite a while. That report came in about 15 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, and no confirmation that anything has bounced down to the ground so far, Joe, but that's the concern. We're watching two distinct areas of rotation just to the west of Pleasantville and to the west of Lorimore as well. So two individual thunderstorms that we're tracking here. Joe, if you can, just make sure our SkyTracker 5s are pointing in the right direction. Maybe we'll bounce over to our downtown cam here in just a little bit and get a view outside. The cell up near Pleasantville, that rotation has really been washed out here. I mentioned things kind of recycling, if you will. It's being pulled up into the parent thunderstorm. I think this is a great trend to be seen right now. And that warning, it only goes for a few more minutes. I don't actually expect that one to continue. In fact, I think that threat is diminished enough that we can focus back down here towards Lorimore Lorimore really solely. And this one is moving slowly, easterly, 15 miles per hour. So Barney, Monette, up through Lorimore, you need to continue to be in your safe places right now. It's been fairly broad rotation, but it has been some stronger rotation noted with this. And it did spin up quickly, so this is back towards 935. And you can see it really not much at that juncture, but then just 2 scans later, we're looking like this with that distinct area of rotation pushing to the east. This one's going to be near Lorimore here very shortly. Joe, I think you said just in about 9 minutes or so, that would be approaching Highway 169. This one is just to the south of the county line there. As we look up into Madison County, okay? So that's the area of rotation we're looking at. Joe, do you have the tower cams lined up? Let's go ahead and take that if you can, looking from downtown.
Yep, I've got the downtown cam up as we speak here. Okay,
it's a vivid lightning show out there, and oftentimes, go ahead and zoom in just a touch down that way, Joe, if you want, but oftentimes when you start seeing the vivid lightning, it odes to the strength of the parent storm in its own. So we're watching that. There is some signal that there's probably some smaller hail in there as well. I don't think we're hitting up at the severe limit type hail at this point, but there have been some pulses here and there. But yeah, we're kind of looking for that lightning to illuminate the underside of those storms. And you can kind of see a little bit of lowering there on the backside as we look down towards that area. Joe, can you zoom in just above the Principal Park there? You can kind of see there is a little bit of a lowering there as we look back to the south and east. And this would be looking directly into that storm, trying to get a sense if there's any sort of funnel. I don't really believe there is at this point, but that would be that circulation that I'm kind of mentioning is washing off, and then
fireworks.
We get the fireworks from Principal Park as well.
Wow, what a view of everything. Also, just a quick note, there was a funnel cloud reported near Lorimore.
Okay, all right. Come back to me here, Joe, just briefly. Yes. I did touch on the hail, and just in the last couple of scans, it's pulsed up a little bit near Pleasantville. So heads up for that. There's some hail in there, but that circulation associated with it is weakening. Also down near Lorimore, there's some spots of hail as well. We are at 10:03 here on this Friday evening. This is a good trend to be seen with this circulation, not only a little bit wider, but it is starting to weaken with its colors. So moving east at 15, maybe a little bit further north of east now. We'll go ahead and back up a scan. I just want to see if this is maybe being pulled back up into the parent thunderstorm.
Got a new tornado warning there,
I think
Chris.
that's the trend there. All right, Joe, go ahead and take it and let me know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, we have got a new tornado warning here, guys. This one is going to be a little bit farther to the west, and this is going to be for Adair, Adams, and Cass counties until 10:45. So this tornado warning is for this storm moving to the east at just 15 miles per hour. So another very slow mover. And the hook on this on radar has really shown up over the past couple of scans here. And the rotation itself within this storm, not seeing anything.
It was one scan, Joe. I actually
was it just one scan?
I have it up here right now. There is that classic kidney bean type rotation. And I guess you have it up on screen there as well at this point, but this is very broad over the scan of about 4 miles or so, but it did garner that tornado warning, so we'll continue to watch that one as well. So that's going to be south of Messina, just to the west of Highway 148 and north of Quincy. So we are starting to see these little circulations come to fruition. We haven't heard of anything touching down just yet, but we are currently carrying, I would say, 2 tornado warnings of interest if that northeasterly one hasn't been canceled. It's still there, but I'm no longer concerned with that one. So we're looking back to the west to Cass and getting into Adair and the northern part of Adams County as well. And then we had that funnel report west of Lorimore, but that one appears to be recycling as well. Still 2 circulations that we're going to continue to monitor very closely as we continue on. As long as we deem a threat is here, we're going to continue to be on air with our coverage here. We apologize that it is the NBA Finals. We recognize that, but we have our duty to help keep the public safe. So, Joe, how fast is this storm moving, the westernmost one at this point?
15 miles per hour to the east.
All right, let's go ahead and put a track on that one. It's not moving all too quickly, that is for sure. We will put this storm in the proximity of Dewey by 10:15, 10:23 Mount Etna, and then Carl by 10:35. Anyone within the red polygon there needs to seek shelter for this possible tornado as this one slides over to the east. Joe?
Yeah, it's we're going to continue to watch all of this, and also the in the National Weather Service chat, there may at one point have been a brief signature on debris.
Which one?
So I believe this is with that storm that the rotation's weakened, or at least as the storm that was near Pleasantville and Sandyville. I think it was that one that they were discussing, a brief debris being picked up.
Okay. 1 second here. You can come over to me and I'll show it. I think I see it. So there was, and it's kind of reinvigorated just a little bit in the last scan. Okay, come back over to me here. I'm going to point out the area that we're going to watch. So right here, watch that point on your screen, and I'll switch it over to the debris detection here. So this would be just south of Highway 5, and I'm actually going to back it up. 1 scan, 2 scans here, right here. This slight little bit of a yellowing. It's not down to that blue where we'd really start thinking about debris being possible, but any sort of lowering in that vicinity where we're watching the circulation can give us an indication that maybe something was briefly down there. So I see it. It's not the most strong signatures, Joe, but it certainly is something to watch. And with the latest scan, that one's come back to strength just a little bit. At least the inbound wind, that inbound signature there northwest of Pleasantville. This is right along Highway 5. That inbound wind, that's the inflow, the updraft, if you will, and that can help condense out that cloud and help it lower on down to the ground. A little bit of an outbound there, but that inbound wind is certainly screaming. So, Joe, this one's no longer moving to the south and east, but it's moving more easterly now. So I have it up here. We'll go ahead and put our track on it. To the east at 15 miles per hour, so this is going to track just north of Pleasantville. I'd go ahead and say continue to be in your safe place in Pleasantville and just to the north, anywhere along Highway 5. And then we have Otley, that's way out towards 1106, that one would be in view. That would be as we get out well into Marion County, the northern side, right along Iowa Highway 163. Joe?
Yeah, we're so continuing with these tornado warnings here, guys. This is, we've got currently 3 of them going, but we are keeping a real close eye, as Chris mentioned, on that one near Pleasantville too. But we've got this one that is for Clark, Madison, and Union counties, right near Lorimore, is where we've seen the rotation for the most consistently past several scans, and this warning continues until 10:45.
It's trending the right way, though, Joe.
And that's good news.
That is good.
That's what we like to see, and yeah, I'm seeing that on the velocity scan too. I want to look a little bit farther to the west here. And
south of Messina looks to be the best at this juncture. In fact, come to me, Joe. We just got a new tornado warning to continue with that circulation northwest of Pleasantville. So that has perked up a little bit more, especially on that inbound signature that I was talking about. Notice how bright that green is here. It's turning to that lighter shade of blue, so that's running at 57 miles per hour on the inbound. I'll sample the outbound wind, but that's not going to be too significant, only to 8. But this did have a little weak signature that could give us an indication that maybe something was briefly on the ground as we look at the debris detection. Now, I'm not 100% on that, but I can at least see whoever passed that along in National Weather Service chat, Joe. I can certainly see where they're coming from in that one. So anyone in Pleasantville right now needs to continue to seek shelter. The polygon does drift to the south and east, but the way I'm seeing that circulation, it appears that it's moving more easterly in nature. Actually, it's not moving much at all at this point. So especially around the Pleasantville area, Highway 5 north of Iowa Highway 92 as well, that's where that circulation will be, Joe.
Yeah, I was just about to say, also seeing that kind of easterly motion trend there. So this is looking now. I've got the tornado warning that is farthest to the west, and it's the area that is south of Messina that has that rotation still showing up here, and you can see it right around Dewey here. So if you're anywhere within this these areas, do make sure that you're seeking your tornado safe spot and seeking shelter. Lowest interior room of your home, basement if you have one. That's always a great place to go. And let's go ahead and get a track on this. It's been just a little bit since we've had a track on this farthest west storm. So another slow mover. Latest indications are just 15 miles per hour to the east, and it looks as though it's a little bit southeasterly component to this one too. So Dewey by 10:15. So there's a couple minutes here. That's why I mentioned if you're in Dewey, just make sure that you are seeking shelter at this time. 10:40, getting into Carl, and then Nevinville by the time we get to 11:09. That's far out, and the reason it's so far out is because these storms are moving at such a slow pace. These storms are not moving quickly at all. Just 10 to 15 miles per hour is all that we have seen. So here's a broader view of everything here, everyone. We've got multiple tornado warnings going on right now. None of them are observed. The one that is near Pleasantville right now, that one had a couple of funnel cloud reports, but that was a little while ago, not super recent with that. And the one tornado warning that's smack dab in the middle of the other two, that one near Lowermore, there was a funnel cloud reported with that as well. So continuing to watch for all these areas of rotation that are still continuing to show themselves within these storms here. And still looking very similar to what Chris was looking at just a couple minutes ago. North and just a little bit to the west of Pleasantville, right up Highway 5 there. This area of rotation is still showing up more in the inbound winds than the outbound. But, it's still there. It's just not showing as strong of outbound winds from the radar site. So that is good news. We do not want to continue to see the bright, tight areas of rotation where those reds and greens come together and they have those bright colors showing very strong rotation. That is good news. We're not seeing anything super significant at this particular moment in time. But these storms may also be producing some hail as well.
Joe, can you come to me here real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
What time was that TVS on CC?
That
it's tough to see here.
It would have been just before 9:51 that the report of whoever saw it that came in.
All right, so it's tough to get it on the exact frame, but I'm running through our time-lapse footage of downtown, and there's one little appendage right there. You can see it kind of hanging down from the underneath side of this, and it's difficult to see from all the artifacting that's happening on the camera, but perhaps that's it. It's within the realm of reason of that report. Going up to the current time, I'll go ahead and go to this camera just to see, watching the underside particularly for any specific lowering associated with this. I'm not seeing it at this time. It could be up in the rain, but this would be looking down directly into the backside of that tornado-warned storm, which typically wouldn't, that would be a very good view to see. It wouldn't have a lot of rain associated with it. So I've been over here kind of looking at this scenario on the camera, seeing if we can see anything. But we now have 3 tornado warnings. That one in the middle, the one that's being highlighted right now that goes until 10:45, there is essentially no couplet with that anymore. So north of Lorimore, I'm going to go ahead and say this one has trended well above the threshold that's needed for a tornado warning. Even though that warning still may be on the map here for a while, we're not seeing the circulation at this point. I'm going to call that circulation done for. Back to the west, south of Messina, there is still that area of rotation here. Basically, right near Dewey, that's going to be south of Messina. We're just getting barely up into Cass County at this point where the area of rotation is, west of Iowa Highway 148. And Joe, unless you've heard otherwise, we haven't had any reports of any funnels with that one, but certainly something that we will continue to watch. There's also a couple of very small circulations right here. Coming in between Orient and Spalding, and then just to the south and west of Greenfield. But these I would call at this point pretty well just general circulations that are happening. So that circulation over Pleasantville, Joe, and I'll get to you here in just a second, that has broadened out considerably. But it's gone stagnant. So that area of circulation, if not moving back to the west just a little bit, so the green showing the inbound, the red is showing the outbound. Previously, we've been watching the circulation more towards Highway 5 than here, then back to the west towards Sandyville. So heads up in Sandyville, you do have that circulation that's trying to backtrack just a little bit. And as we mentioned, kind of on Tower Cam, we're looking at the backside of this one. There's still a fair amount of rain to move through. So while that typically is an okay spot to view, it's kind of back-built. There's another cell that's maybe trying to interfere. So I'd expect that circulation, if we could see it, any kind of lowering that on that camera, that it would be solidly into the rain, Joe.
Yeah, and just wanted to mention that 2 miles to the east of Sandyville, and this was at, what would this been? About 6 minutes ago, a 63 mile per hour wind gust was recorded 2 miles east of Sandyville. So kind of right in this area here, which interesting that is, just slightly south of where all that rotation and the, strongest portion of that storm. So, winds kind of coming down to the surface from the backside, maybe producing that 63 mile per hour wind gust, but that was from a train spotter.
Okay.
So, not seeing a report of damage, just a thunderstorm wind gust.
Yeah, and whether that's, I'm guessing is measured given it was so specific, but that is up to the threshold where it can certainly do some damage. Joe, why don't you check in with the National Weather Service chat? I don't have that available over to me at my station tonight. Just make sure we're still on course. There is still 3 tornado warnings at the moment, the one being highlighted, Clark, Madison, Union County. There is not a circulation tied with that anymore. So we're going to let that one go by the wayside. I think the one that is of most interest right now is south of Messina. And I tell you what, Joe, this one's not moving too fast either. These are slow movers. Only 15 miles per hour being registered, but this one has since gone stagnant. So that's also the concern. These storms moving so slow and then going stagnant. The rain, the heavy rain, that's been top of mind as we've gone into this night, is the heavy rain being a concern. So continue down there, Cass, Adams, and getting over into Adair County, heads up. There we need to continue to be in our safe places. This has really broadened out, Joe. We have the inbound winds over Pleasantville, outbound over Sandyville. This is not a tight, concise hook any longer.
It's good. It's good to see that. We do not want these to continue on their current path and the way they've been for any longer into the night than what needs to happen. Now,
Lorimore is gone, by the way.
Oh, perfect. And one Pleasantville there was a picture sent in of quarter-size hail in Pleasantville as that storm moved into Pleasantville. So maybe still producing some small hail. Does not look like it has the type of signature that we had earlier. But now, Chris, look a little bit farther west. There's quite the severe thunderstorm warning polygon, and it looks a little nasty. That and is the Omaha radar?
It's loading in a new scene.
Oh, okay,
here.
there you go. Yeah, that's a. Is that kind of a surging?
It looks like it's surging out, and this is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and radar indicated at the moment here, Joe. Just kind of reading up on this one, but this would be next to arrive. As we continue on through time here for tonight, we'll continue to see the atmosphere kind of stabilize a little bit. It'll shove these storms up. I haven't seen a huge report coming in from this one. This is a radar indicated now as that warning, as that warning kind of pushes off to the east. This is still just west of the area. It will be something to keep an eye on. As I mentioned earlier, Lorimor is gone. I was referencing the tornado warning is gone in this area. So we still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. I think the best circulation at the moment is there south of Messina, where this tornado warning is in place until 10:45. If you are in this red shading, Carl, back to south of Messina, continue to be in your safe places, please. That's what we have at the moment for the most concerning area of circulation. This is a big, robust thunderstorm, but it has certainly been stretched out here, Joe, up by Pleasantville, and I'm not seeing that tight, concise circulation. There's still some shearing that's ongoing north and west of Pleasantville, but this has certainly been a trend in the last few minutes that has been a good one to give us less confidence that there is a tornado. I'm going backwards in time now, and what initially prompted that tornado warning was right here at 10:08, and it has since broadened out greatly and kind of washed out. So things kind of recycle. It comes and it goes. We can get some new circulations. No indication that anything has punched down to the ground here for tonight. We've been kind of hinting at the heavy rain being the biggest troublemaker. We have had the expectation of a few warnings, but ultimately the tornado warnings being this widespread was not expected here for tonight. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, a couple of tornado warnings with, I would say, the best circulation right now south of Atlantic, Joe.
Yeah, and we also do have and did get a report of golf ball sized hail as well, right near, not quite into town of Pleasantville, but right near Pleasantville. Okay. I just wanted to mention that, but I'm checking back in with that westernmost tornado warning that we have for central Iowa. Still rotation showing up. It's a little bit broad. It's not very tight right near Dewey, but it's continued in this spot for quite a while now. I mean, these storms are just not moving at a swift pace whatsoever. And this is still, at the latest check, just moving 15 miles per hour. That is it. And as Chris mentioned a little bit ago, it might even be more stagnant than that. But even with that very, very slow movement, I'm going to keep this storm path at 15 miles per hour here. Put another track on this. If you're anywhere within this, be staying in shelter, especially if you're anywhere near or around the Dewey area. Stay in your tornado safe spots here. Just allow this to either completely dissipate as far as the area of rotation, or just stay in shelter until this storm can actually move on and pass. It might take a little while here, but we'll certainly keep you updated with the latest in terms of any new signs of rotation, any tightening of rotation. But at this moment in time, with this particular one right near Dewey, still showing up. It's just not as strong, not as tight as we have seen at different points with this particular cell. So still continuing to keep a close eye on all of this activity in these storms. But something that we're going to continue to monitor as we head into the night tonight is very, very efficient rainfall producing thunderstorms, especially those storms that are coming in from southeastern Nebraska, coming into the state of Iowa. Those have produced some very heavy rainfall. Now, of course, they were very slow moving for a while there, parts of southeastern Nebraska. But it looks as though it's picked up at least a little bit of speed trying to move into the state. But the ones that are currently still here, these 2 tornado warnings, these storms are still moving very, very slow.
Okay, Joe, yes, thank you very much. These are slow movers, and it's going to give us that heavy rain component that we've been looking for to create some issues with some localized heavy rain and some potential flooding on the way. Pleasantville, continue to be in your safe places, please. There is some broad rotation, stronger inbound here. I think this warning is going to continue, but it's not that tight couplet circulation overhead. Now, there was a slight little hint of a debris signature earlier. I'm not going to back up to that, but right now I'm not seeing anything of concern in that juncture. Just kind of analyzing the radar along with you as we are tracking it. This is trying to wrap back around. The reds are moving kind of at a southbound into the south and east, and the greens are headed to the north and to the west. So it's trying to circulate in and around on itself, but right now there's no pronounced grandiose hook on this storm. There is a kink in it, and that's a signal that it's trying to wrap back around in here. So it'd be watching in that little bend, basically right over Pleasantville, for that possibility of a tornado. This warning goes until 11:15, so this is going to be a long duration warning. I believe this one's been put in place for an hour. Now, usually tornadoes don't last for an hour, but sometimes those circulations can persist for that long. So continue to be a low level interior room, please, for that possible threat. Again, we have that tornado warning back to the west until 10:45. This is going to largely be over the southern reaches of Cass County right now. We should have had a new scan in there since, and we still do have a bit of a circulation there south of Messina, right along Iowa Highway 148. So still have that dual threat that we are tracking. So that's basically right over Dewey right now. Don't quite get the street level mapping out into Cass County, but that would be basically right at Iowa Highway 148 and about a mile and a half north of the Adams County line. There's also a little bit of some broad rotation happening near the Greenfield area. It's not as pronounced at this point, but that would be an area to watch as well. That one along Iowa Highway 92, just to the south of Greenfield. That Pleasantville rotation, Joe, that looks to be a little bit lackluster for me. We'll have this warning for another 45 minutes. We'll continue to watch to see if it can spin something else up new. I have ultimate low confidence right now that there would be something on the ground, but that threat, it can pulse back up instantly. This is going to be prime position to do so, fairly unobstructed down out ahead of it to the south and to the east, and it looks like it may be trying to form that little bit of a hook there. New development there on the latest scan, Joe.
Yeah, and something else too, Chris, it just, key, because we want to not discount the fact of how heavy this rain is. Now, there may be a little bit of hail within this storm that may have increased the rain rate according to radar here, but nonetheless, this storm is producing very heavy rainfall. In fact, each one of these storms is producing very heavy rainfall. As mentioned a little earlier, these are going to be and continue to be very efficient rainfall producing storms. So with how slow they're moving, that rainfall could rack up pretty quickly, and those rainfall totals could increase pretty quickly. So, any of these areas in here, some lower lying spots, maybe spots that flood or start to have ponding, on maybe some lower lying roadways or into some valleys, anything of the sort. may start to become just a slight issue if this storm continues on its slow and very gradual path that we've continued to watch this be on. As this goes on here, that rotation still showing up, and not anything overly concerning or overly strong, but it is still showing up at least a little bit there near Pleasantville.
It's going to be enough to keep that warning around, Joe. And
Yeah,
it perked up in the last 2 scans.
Yeah, so we still watching that particular storm very closely, but also keeping an eye on this one that's been pretty much, almost completely stalled out right near Dewey and right along State Highway 148. This continues to be nearly the same, at least the strength of that rotation over the past few scans, still showing very consistently. So continue to be in your safe spot if you're anywhere near or around the Dewey area, right along Iowa Highway 148 here. Do continue to be in shelter and just stay safe and continue being safe with that one. Otherwise, Chris, I'm going to bring it back over to you looking at the shear detection, and that's showing up a little bit more right near Pleasantville there.
Yeah, it just kind of nominalizes kind of the product we're looking at in velocity, and gives us kind of that easy target to look at on where that rotation is happening. So this is over Pleasantville where we are finding it, and Joe is just showing the velocity signal here, so I'll go back to that as well. We're looking for bright and tight, and there is actually a little bit of that happening. It may not be the brightest of the red there, but maybe on the east side of town. This is in fairly close proximity here that we are seeing some of those stronger greens and reds come together. The storm has a history of dropping down some little funnels and perhaps even a brief touchdown, as noted with a CC drop, the debris detection showing just a little bit of a lowering. I'm not 100% on that, but I can at least see where we're coming from in that. So this has a history of producing a funnel. It can spin something up once again. I mentioned 2 scans, it perked right back up. So I'll take you back. This was 2 scans ago, and it was not near as impressive in the outbound. And now we have more pronounced of a shearing going on, and then here it starts broadening out in the late one. So it's kind of contracting, falling apart, widening, and then it reforms again, recycling. And that has been the song and dance with this particular storm, and it really hasn't moved all too much. We've been talking this one back near Sandyville to Pleasantville about the entire time. So this is going to be a kind of a longer threat, folks. I know you don't want to be down in your basement for the long haul, but this is one where you kind of need to, because it's just not moving over town. Joe, how are we looking back to the west into southeastern Cass County?
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the hail as well. Looks like these storms are producing potentially up to quarter-size hail, so nothing super significant there. Main focus is definitely still on the rotation that is still showing up right around Dewey. Gosh, this area of rotation. I mean, I'm going back all the way to around 10 o'clock here. So this is going on, 20 to 25 minutes of this area of rotation just not moving at all. So these storms are very slow, and almost this one that's, farthest, this tornado warning that's farthest to the west, it's almost completely stagnant over the last 15 minutes. I mean, it's just not going anywhere. So, as Chris mentioned with, the other storms here, we hate to keep telling you to stay in your tornado safe spot in your basement if you've got one, because this is a long time. This is a long time for an area of rotation to show up in the same area, and it's just not looking like it's going to move anywhere. So over the next hour, we're likely not going to see it kind of reach too far to the east unless things get moving again. But it's just, Chris, it's just not going anywhere at the moment, and is very much just it's lethargic.
And we can't emphasize enough. We just want you to be safe. We recognize, though, it's going to be a long duration for you. By that Pleasantville area, sampling 3.8 inches of rainfall estimated to have fallen 1.7 inches south of Winterset. So these are not only efficient rainmakers in there, but they're stagnant. So the concern going forward, if these continue to hold in the next hour, we start talking about flash flooding concerns. And 3 inches, 4 inches is fairly significant in that short amount of time. It has only been raining in these areas since about 7 o'clock or so. So we picked that up in about 3 hours. And this latest storm there into the northwestern section of Marion County has been awfully stagnant. All right. This is the area to watch, that little kidney bean hook around. It does look like there's going to be a cell interfering with that. Sometimes it can rip that circulation apart, but I'll go ahead and zoom in just a little bit closer on this one. And it looks like we're finally starting to see this move a little bit further to the east of Pleasantville. A very clear convergence signal to the south and southeast of town, but it tries to wrap around itself just northeast of Pleasantville. So right here where I have that arrow circulating is where I would expect that tornadic threat would be at this point. It's moving more easterly than the orientation of that warning is at present, Joe. So maybe it gets a little bit of a redraw, but this is kind of moving more east along Highway G40 at this point, east and northeast of Pleasantville, maybe just north of that highway I mentioned. But this lasts until 11:15. There's still a distinct circulation associated with that. So if you are in the vicinity, the eastern section of Pleasantville, out across the northern portion of Marion County, you definitely want to pay attention to this one very closely. Keep Local 5 on the TV, head to the basement, get your Weir, Iowa app out, and you can follow our streaming coverage right along with you there. Convergence signal to the south and east, but again, it's kind of wrapping around on itself further to the northeast side of town. Nothing too particular tight, but that would be that circulation to watch. There's a couple of itty-bitty little things going on, too, that we're going to be keeping tabs on. One has been down south of Greenfield. That doesn't look to be near as impressive right now. And then maybe now a new circulation there southwest of Messina looking a little bit more perky than the original one that's over Iowa Highway 148, Joe.
Gosh, and it's that original spot is still right over the top of Dewey. So continuing to monitor all of these different warnings that we have going on here. Got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings and, of course, the 2 tornado warnings here that do continue. Now, Chris, chime in if you have any differentiating thoughts. But as we continue to see storms coming into central Iowa out of southeastern Nebraska, we are expecting the overall severe threat to lessen, and then it would shift into a flooding and heavy rainfall type of threat. But there is still a lot of energy out there. Where no storms, of course, have moved through to use up any of that energy. So we'll continue to keep a very, very close eye on all of this here. Right near Pleasantville, still got a little bit just on regular radar here, a little bit of a hook showing up on returns, and still got that little area. It's right over the top, just a little bit east of Iowa Highway 368 there near Pleasantville. So if you are in Pleasantville, remain in your tornado safe spot. This storm is moving very, very slowly just to the east-southeast. Want to make sure that nothing has changed in that regard as far as how fast.
Hey, Cody, can you work to get this latest video in? Thank you. Let us know when it's up.
It is even slower now, Chris.
Okay.
5 miles per hour.
Okay.
That is it. So this, that's an issue. That's an issue because of how heavy the rain is, and also it's just, it's not great having an area of rotation over the same spot moving at just 5 miles per hour. That's never a good thing either. So anywhere around Pleasantville, just to the east of it, make sure you're staying in your tornado safe spot and staying in shelter as this continues to very, very gradually move to the east and a little bit southeasterly with its motion. So getting a broader view of everything here. There's all those storms in southeastern Nebraska that we'll continue to monitor as they gradually move into central Iowa as we head into the night tonight. But still the main focus here going to be on the couple different areas of rotation. Let's see if another scan has come in here, and looks like it has. And the area of rotation that was showing up there southwest of Messina is not quite to the strength. It's broadened out a little bit in the last 2 scans. So good news there.
Good trend.
Yeah, that's a good trend. We do like seeing that. It is rotation is still there. It's just broad. It's broadened out quite a bit. Not seeing anything too tight within that area southwest of Messina at this point in time. And still just the tiniest little bit showing up around Dewey too, right around directly on Iowa Highway 148. So good news and a good trend over the last few scans with that storm there. Checking things out just north of Orient here, a little bit east of Iowa Highway 25. It's not much, just a little spot to kind of continue to monitor. And then, of course, that storm that is near right. Pleasantville. So we've got...
Let's go ahead and pull this up, Joe. This is going to be from Pleasantville. This is that lowering and possible funnel. We paused it right here. You can see that distinct lowering. So possible wall cloud with that lowering in it. Kind of pausing at that perfect point, but it's illuminated by the lightning in the background. You can see it periodically at different locations. We having troubles playing it. There we go. In the booth there. You can clearly see it.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And if you just want to pause it there, Cody, you sure can right there. That's fine.
Great
that would
pause.
Be the lowering. Unsure the exact time when this occurred, but I would hazard this was back closer to 10 o'clock. We did have that report, and this was also, we also had on this storm a lowering on the CC that was being picked up, and that can give us an indication that there is some damage being lofted up in the air. This is the latest velocity signal. Okay, that picture was from about 10:20. We're just hearing or that video was, I should say. This rotation east of Pleasantville is broad. We do have some stronger inbounds, a little bit weaker on the outbound, but this is going to be over the span of about 3 miles or so. So that is a trend in the right direction as well. Joe, we have a very weak surface wind today, and our thought process here as we went through the day that this would minimize that tornado risk, and we've heard of that one funnel, maybe even a possible touchdown near Pleasantville, but other than that, we haven't heard much else. I believe, did we have a funnel report out of Lorimor as well there, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, so we did. We've had a couple of funnels. So far, nothing confirmed to the ground, but there is a possibility that it certainly has. Out to the west, there is a kind of a bowing segment that's going to be next in line to impact out towards Cass County. That's something we're going to watch. That's just a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Wind would be the biggest troublemaker with that one. At this point, Joe.
Yeah, and this, what I'm about to show you here is, it's not the most important thing, but there was a severe thunderstorm watch that was put out for southern Iowa, and the watch does go until 3 o'clock in the morning, but of course, storms are ongoing as we speak. Going to continue to watch for any, severity and the severity of those storms coming in from parts of Nebraska. It looks like that tornado warning was allowed to expire. That one that was farthest west near, south of Messina, right around Dewey. That was allowed to expire. and no word on if anything's being redrawn up. There is a little bit here on the far westerly side, but it's, again,
Very broad.
Yeah, very broad. Not much. So a good trend and a good sign with that one. We've been able to at least get rid of that particular tornado warning for the time being. Still have this tornado warning here that still includes Pleasantville, and that will remain until 11:15. And the latest in terms of the velocity, looking at things, Chris, I'm not seeing a kind of a re-tightening of any of that rotation, at least right now.
It's broad, Joe. Go ahead and back up my Knoxville cam, please, and I'll go ahead and show this, because this would be looking up into that notch that we've been watching here. And we'll stay on with you as long as we deem there is a possible threat with the tornado. And I do believe we'd be in our 10 o'clock program. So in the booth, just let me know what our timing situation is looking like, just in case as we continue on to go through here. But this is looking up into that storm. Looks like we might be fighting the internet just a little bit with some buffering in there, but certainly a lot of lightning to be had there, but I can't pick out anything distinct in the background. Can you back that camera up, Joe? It's leftmost tab on your screen, way over to the left.
Got it. Thank you.
We'll back this up. It's zoomed in way close at the moment, but we'll go ahead and back it up here and just see. So this would be northwest of Knoxville. This is exactly where that camera is looking, and that area of rotation has not looked the best as of late. So that's at least a trend in the right way, but we'll continue to monitor it overall. Looks like I went stagnant there on my feed. Let me bring it back up. There we go. So this is a much wider view here as we take a look at things. Illuminated by lightning, it looks like we have a lot of rain to fight through if we're going to get a opportunity to look and see what is happening out there. So we'll go back to the radar picture east of Pleasantville. That's where we have that threat currently. With that tornado warning. This goes until 11:15, so still 25 minutes with this. But Joe, we're starting to get a second area to watch here north of Melcher, Dallas. And if this isn't in that tornado warning, it's going to garner one here real soon. So heads up north of Melcher, Dallas. This is going to be between Melcher, Dallas and Pleasantville. This is going to be along Highway S45, I believe, is running north and south through there. Right where that hook, that appendage is coming in on the left side. So yes, just to the west of Highway S45. This is, in my opinion, Joe, certainly more impressive than what we've been watching up to the north. So watch this circulation closely. This came up very quickly, just in 2 scans. I'm going to go ahead and say get in your safe places if you are halfway between Melcher, Dallas and Pleasant Hill, anywhere south and west of Donnelly. And then south and west of the Knoxville area as well. So this one's moving to the east. I'm going to say it's still moving fairly slow at about 15 miles per hour. Joe, I see we have a flash flood warning that came out too. So why don't you go ahead and get that dialed up. I'll put the track on this, and then you can talk about where that flash flood warning is and the concerns along with it. So this one is just barely going to get the south side of Knoxville, I would say. So heads up for that. If this holds, it's been very slow moving. This is mainly going to be for those areas west of Highway 14 within this box that I'm watching there. It's not the tightest, but it is certainly bright on that circulation, something we'll be watching most definitely. That circulation up by Pleasantville is essentially non-existent. And real quickly, see, we do not have any new warnings on that feature I was just talking about, Joe, but we do have a flash flood warning that is in place.
Yes, we do have a flash flood warning now that is going to remain in place for this part of both Marion and Warren counties that have been just really getting hammered by the heavy rain from this thunderstorm that continues to have the tornado warning along with it. Now, it's a flash flood warning in the in this green box, including Sandyville, Hartford, Pleasantville, Swan, and other towns kind of within this. 2 to 4 inches of rain has fallen already to this point, indicated by radar. And they have in the flash flood warning that 1 to 2 inches more rainfall from this storm is possible within the flash flood warned area. And it's no reports of any flash flooding ongoing at this time, but it is radar indicated flash flood warning. And just given how this storm has played out over the past, really going on an hour now, slightly over an hour, it would not surprise me if we've got some areas that are starting to experience some ponding of water in lower lying spots, and potentially seeing some localized kind of creeks and streams, some of those smaller waterways starting to swell up a little bit as all of that runoff goes into them and really starts to just cause that to rise. And so would not be surprised if we've got some action like that going on. And Chris, we're still watching that area of rotation that is north of Melcher, Dallas.
Yeah, can you point Knoxville cam southwest, please?
Yes. Bear with me for one moment here, and I'll get that.
Maybe west. Just go just south of the elevator tower there. You'll see it once you get going. Go ahead and pull it over to me, Joe, while you get that situated. Just let me know when it's up. There is an area of circulation there, currently not in a tornado warning, but it would be right here in this little pocket. So just north of Melcher, Dallas, southwest of Knoxville, that's going to be the area to watch for that one. This one has been a decent little couplet here for a couple of scans that if we've been, the way things have been warned so far this evening, this is something I'm definitely going to be watching. Kind of a signal of convergence on the south side, but right here would be that area of circulation. So heads up in the south side of Knoxville. I know you're technically not in a tornado warning at the moment, but this is kind of one of those areas of circulation that's moving basically to the east, maybe a slight little bit north of east that we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on. I believe that's technically outside of the tornado warning, and it is 11:15. That one continues, but I'm not seeing a circulation tied with it, Joe.
Yeah, did you say the water tower? You wanted that Knoxville camera near?
Back towards the elevator tower where it says Knoxville on it. We're looking south and east right now. You'll need to go back to the west in just a little bit. So about 90 degrees to your west.
Yeah, I'm getting that moved over now. Man, it's a lightning show in Knoxville, that's for sure.
It sure is. That is for sure. Okay, Joe, go ahead and take your max full screen for me, and let's take a look around on the radar.
Yeah, we still have this area of rotation right near Melcher, Dallas. But the good news is that over the past couple of scans, it has really broadened out. Not quite as tight, and but still is showing up. So still want to keep a close eye on that. And let's get a look at velocity within some of these other cells, other areas. Still a little bit of broad rotation trying to show up southwest of Messina and to the west of Dewey. Not anything overly concerning, at least at this moment in time, but it is still something that we're going to continue to watch and to monitor. But it will be, Chris, it will be interesting to see how just the rotations and the severe weather, how it all kind of behaves as more of these storms from the west and from Nebraska start to kind of push in. But it does look as though the tornado warning that did include Pleasantville was allowed to expire. So we currently do not have any one singular tornado warning now in central Iowa, but there are still multiple areas that we need to watch for. Chris, what are your thoughts on that little area southwest of Messina? It's broad, but it's there's still something there.
We're also a long ways away from the radar, so we have to keep that in mind. That would be an area to watch too. In fact, Joe, can you send it back over to me? Taking a look at this area southwest of Messina, it's bright right next to those greens. This is an area to watch, and it's stronger, a little bit wider apart, but there's also a pronounced hook there. And while this is not tornado warned, that would be an area as well. In the booth, where do we stand on our show times? I just want to gauge if we should just stick it with weather or not as we continue on. Just let me know in my ear. There are a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings out to the west. Give me a time on that if you don't mind. Back to the west, this is a line of storms that continues to stretch back into Nebraska. Flash flood warnings in tow. These storms are moving a little bit more quickly. Okay, this is going to continue to progress its way eastward. What I'm going to do, we haven't looked at the storm reports out of this. Why don't I pull those up just to see if we have any? So there have been some wind reports coming in out of this storm. Back into Mills in Pottawatomie County, it looks like 59 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour, 69 miles per hour in Pottawatomie County. So anywhere from 60 to almost 70 miles per hour in each of those counties. So now this is just on our western doorstep. In fact, Cass County now under a severe thunderstorm warning for this particular cell. And while I'm going to go over here to the velocity signal on this, this is not going to be for tornadic action, but what we're looking for here is right at the leading edge of the bow. This is where our wind would normally be some of the strongest, and then back behind it into the heart of the storm. So we're looking over southeastern Pottawatomie County near Griswold. That's going to be entering Cass County here. In fact, it is right now. So also on this leading edge, we can also see some of those little spins from time to time. I'd be watching this area in particular right there, just to the south of Griswold. And then I was just kind of peeking behind me to see how Messina's looking with that area of rotation. Why don't I get it over here for you? Okay, we'll keep it here for a little bit. That area of rotation is just not moving southwest of Messina. It's not tornado warned, anything like that, but it did garner a severe thunderstorm warning here. The details on that until 11:45. I believe this is a new warning here, Joe. This one is radar indicated for winds up to 60 miles per hour and 1 inch in diameter. Okay, so as we hit 11 o'clock and the top of the hour, we are going to relinquish our coverage on ABC. We're going to move to streaming only as we continue to track these storms as they rumble across the south. We've seen some circulations, no complete verification that anything has reached the ground at this point, but there certainly has been some funnels as we've gone throughout the night. A few tornado warnings, still a vivid lightning show down there, and these storms that are not moving all too fast. So we'll watch for those streaks of heavier rain, which could produce some of that flash flooding. That flash flood warning there over northeastern Warren and northwestern Marion County. We'll continue to track that. I think it could be a theme as we continue on through the night as these storms really stagnate. We hope that they rain themselves out, but with that incoming wave from the west, that also adds that element we'll continue to watch as well. Now with time, these storms should elevate and will take a lot of the severe threat away. we're kind of thinking about 9 to 11 o'clock would be that sweet spot for severe weather from individual thunderstorms, and then eventually progressing into a flash flooding situation. So we'll continue to track things here behind the scenes. We'll keep the stream going for you. You can join us on We Are Iowa Plus, and we'll continue our coverage there. For now, thanks for joining us here on ABC. All right, Joe, go ahead and take it as we continue on here.
Yeah, so back on to the stream. Thank you all for sticking with us. If we have another tornado warning come about, we of course will cut back into programming, but for the time being, we are going to keep it here. So I got this new severe thunderstorm warning. That does include Harvey, Pella, Knoxville, Melcher, Dallas. This is going to midnight. So very slow moving. And as of about 4 minutes ago, there was still hail being reported coming down in Pleasantville, and also some power outages coming out of, some power outages within Pleasantville as well. So that storm has just been really just dropping a deluge of rain and hail apparently continuously here for a little while. Still going on in Pleasantville, but thankfully we're starting in Pleasantville specifically. We're starting to get at least a little bit closer to the backside of this particular cell. So still going to monitor for any new reports that come out of there, and still continuing to monitor any areas of rotation as well. So there's a little bit of a spike with the winds, not so much rotation, but just the general winds right around the Pleasantville area. Velocity showing up at around 56 miles per hour according to radar. So maybe some very gusty winds happening right around and just to the north and east of Pleasantville. Might have some very strong winds going on there. Otherwise, that area just to the southwest of Messina, that broad rotation still there, has not really moved at all in the last several scans. And then just south of Maxburg here, this is an area that is maybe a little bit newer here. Let's go back a few radar scans, and it is relatively new over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Little area of rotation showing up there. So this may be another little spot that may need to continue to keep an eye on and continue to monitor. And we'll have to see just how things go in terms of that rotation over the next couple of scans. And there is in fact, latest scan of reflectivity came in here, and there is a little bit of a hook kind of showing up in the latest scan, and velocity might be just lagging behind ever so slightly, but we will get a new scan of that very soon. So with that development here, let me see the storm motion. Pretty much straight to the east, and this is moving at 15 miles per hour. So another very slow moving thunderstorm here. Let me change this to 15 miles per hour, and I'm going to take it with the right from where the hook is showing up on reflectivity. So Lorimor, you were under a tornado warning there for a bit earlier on tonight. This area of rotation will start to approach town, maybe just north of Lorimor, by 11:31. So 27 minutes from this exact moment. If you're anywhere within this kind of area, I'd say just start start heading towards your tornado safe spot. No tornado warning, no tornado on the ground or anything with this, but the rotation has shown up. A little hook showing up on radar and reaching Barney by 11:40. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that area of rotation in that particular storm. That is currently severe thunderstorm warned, and the severe thunderstorm warning is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and the potential also for quarter-size hail to come down. And Chris, I'm just taking a peek at what you've got up on the video wall, and my gosh, that is some heavy rain coming down in Knoxville.
It sure is. I'm trying to log into it so I can maneuver it, but I evidently don't have the right password. I will leave that in your hands, but this is on a bit of a rotation at this point, Joe, so every 5 minutes it defaults to that view. Can you widen it and turn it south and west? You'll look over the roof of the grandstand. You'll start to see the KNO of Knoxville on the elevator tower of the grandstand, and that's where I want you to put it. So about 90 degrees to your left is where I want to look at this point. Looks like that wind is not the most violent. I'm watching some of the trees there that were off in the distance, but there's some trees off to the left. Keep going to the other side of the grandstand, please. And there's some trees there. I think that'll give us a better indication of what's happening. So a little bit further off to the left there, Joe. And this is in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, Knoxville, and this would be for some wind and hail at the moment. There's some vivid lightning strikes happening at this point right now. I'm trying to watch the trees here and just how much is swaying. That pole there, it's shaking a little bit, but it's not violently shaking. I do think there's probably some stronger wind gusts happening, but it's tough to ascertain. We're just a little bit too far away from anything we can use to really get a good sense on what's happening. I'm trying to watch those treetops there, maybe trying to flatten down just a little bit. That gives us an indication that you start getting up to 60 miles per hour. Once the tops of the trees start getting depressed by the wind, that would be one of the more concerning things to see. Joe, we have a ripple of energy, a little short wave that's going to be progressing its way eastward with time right along this front. This is going to be the kick of energy, so to speak, that really kind of clears everything out with time here for tonight. So this could be a long duration heavy rain across this quarter. What we need right now is this storm over Marion County, the Knoxville area, to kind of get out of here, especially in this area that's been seeing that persistent heavy rain. There was a report of 5 inches at a personal weather station there, so flash flooding. I'd start to think that could be a very real threat getting up to that level. Southwestern Iowa last night saw anywhere 1, 2, 3 inches of rain in some spots, so we'll have to watch these cells very closely as they move through the southern portion of the state. A whole slew of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. They're being warned for wind and hail at the moment. So the one being noted right now is over southern Madison County. This goes until midnight. It has 1 inch diameter hail being noted and 60 mile per hour winds being the threats, but also that tornado possible tag. And that's been one of those areas of circulation, albeit broad, kind of storm level, maybe trying to get a little bit tighter there in that last scan in extreme southwestern Madison County.
And
towards Messina as well. My goodness.
Chris, sorry to cut you off. This is a pretty significant report just north of Pleasantville on Highway 5. Mm-hmm. Law enforcement reporting a stranded vehicle with water over the hood and waist-deep water in Pleasantville.
On Highway 5, did you say?
Yeah, that report, that's where it's showing up, is right along Highway 5, just north of Pleasantville. But law enforcement's also reporting waist-deep water in Pleasantville.
Okay.
That's significant, guys. Please do be safe, and hopefully where you're at in Pleasantville, you're okay at the moment. waist deep water in Pleasantville and a stranded vehicle with water over the hood. That's pretty significant, amount of water there, Chris.
Come back to me, Joe. In the booth, can you at least put me up run our feed through so I can see myself in the screen ahead of me? That'd be great. This is some tighter rotations southwest of Messina. We don't have a tornado warning, and booth, just be prepared to go on air. It garnered a severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 11:45, and 1.5 inches in diameter with the hail size, 60 mile per hour on the wind in that tornado possible tag here. I'm going to come back to the velocity signal. Excuse me. Man, that really pulsed up. I want to see another signal. I don't think it's contaminated all too much, Joe, in here. But heads up for that. That has certainly tightened up, and I have my concerns with it in the southern southeastern part of Cass County right now. If you're southwest of Messina, I'd say go ahead and get in your safe spot. You already have a severe thunderstorm warning overhead. Why not get into that safe spot, low-level interior room of your permanent dwelling? That is going to be the safe place to be at the moment. Also have that severe thunderstorm warning in southern Madison County that we're watching has that tornado possible tag, and then certainly the heavy rain that's ongoing over Marion County right now, and that has led to flash flooding in and around the Pleasantville area, so within that green box. That's where we've seen some significant rainfall over the last 3 hours and plus here. So I'll just sample this red, and that's going to come back as over 4 inches of rainfall. Personal weather station north of Pleasantville reported 5 inches. And then Joe just mentioned that there is some waist-high water in Pleasantville. We don't know the extent of that. Could that be in the middle of the road in the middle of town? Possible. We just don't know. Could it be in a ditch as well? Certainly could be. So there's a lot of context that is still missing, but that does certainly tell a tale on how much rain has fallen when you're saying waist deep water. So we don't know where that is exactly, just how impactful that is, but certainly a lot of rain in this area. We have to take flash flood warnings very, very seriously. Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with that significant of a report coming out of the Pleasantville area. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Also, still watching this area that is south of Macksburg right now. This is a spot that there's been some rotation showing up over the past 20 minutes or so, and over the past 2 scans that you saw there. It's gotten a little brighter. Hasn't necessarily gotten tighter, but it has gotten brighter. So a little bit of an increase in the, little bit of that rotation activity. But again, not anything that is standing out in a major way, but worth monitoring and worth continuing to monitor. Along with,
we got a
new tornado warning.
Yeah, one of the smallest tornado warnings I've ever seen. To be
frank. That
frank.
is very small.
I'll widen out the view. This is an extreme corner of southeastern Cass County. So south of Messina, that's that area I mentioned that I was concerned with. Get to your safe place. You definitely need to be there now. I'll go back to the velocity picture here just to show you what we're looking at. And in the booth, we need to be on air, please. Get us up. Just let us know when we're there. This is a higher confidence that something could be happening there, particularly that last scan transitioning to the new scan. This one's moving to the north and east, and I wouldn't put it more than north and west. I wouldn't put it more than 15.
5 miles per hour.
Yeah, miles per hour. So it's slow. I'll put it at 10 officially, but it's moving to the north and west, which is kind of an odd direction for things to be moving. We may not get any communities in view. No, and we don't. So we're looking extreme southeastern Cass County for this threat here. Last scan was stronger. with it. And I'll back it up here just briefly, and we'll get a sense on, just how strong things were. I'm going to sample this. Okay. Gate-to-gate shear, 91 miles per hour. So that's right next to each other, each of those individual bins. Let's go on air. Joe, I'll lead us in. All right, everyone, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, tracking severe weather still. We have a new tornado warning that lasts until midnight. This is over extreme southeastern Cass County, south and west of Messina. This is a very small tornado warning. In fact, I'll take the radar picture off so you can catch your bearings on where this warning is. This area of rotation in the southeastern part of the county, it's not moving too fast, maybe 5-10 miles per hour is all. It's moving to the north and west over the southeastern portion of the county. I'll go straight to the velocity picture here, and we've been streaming on We Are Iowa Plus, and we've been watching this little area. The last scan was certainly strong. It had some strong gate-to-gate signature here. 96 miles per hour in opposing directions southwest of Messina. This one's moving to the north and west and maybe only 5 to 10 miles per hour. I would track it for you, but we have no discernible communities within the area at the speed that this is moving. So south of Cumberland, this is going to be south of Iowa Highway 92, and basically halfway between Iowa Highway 148 and US Highway 71. So that area of circulation has been brighter and tight in the last two scans. This gives us a higher confidence that something could be coming to the ground from that. You have that wind passing in close proximity. It has different parameters. Hey, I think we can confirm that one too, Joe. I think we have a CC drop southwest of Messina that is worth watching. So I think we can confirm a tornado is on the ground. Southwest of Messina. That's where we're looking at this lowering right here, that little bit of a ball, and this is moving to the north and west right now, only at about 5 miles per hour, and that's the concern. It does match up with that couplet. This is a long ways away from the radar picture too, Joe. I'd hazard somewhere around 8,000 feet or so. So to get that lofted up into the air that high, that shows you that it's something strong. It would be right here in this area with lower reflectivity. That would be rain wrapped, and where we have that tornado on the ground. We have a TVS showing up on the CC, and I'll show it to you one more time. Right where we have that lighter blue there, right in the middle, that gives us that confidence that the objects being sampled by radar are all helter-skelter, different sizes and orientations. And that is what makes it possible to confirm a tornado remotely via radar. And I'm highly confident in this one being the case. Joe?
Yeah, that's it's the most robust rotation that we've seen and had showing up so far tonight, and with that drop with the debris signatures, there's likely something going on there. Something I do want to do is just in case, I'm gonna look at maps here, and if there's anything nearby this area that can be pointed out, I want to be able to do that.
It's tough. It's not much in that area.
Yeah, no. It doesn't look like there's a lot. I mean, very, very rural. So if you happen to know anyone that is maybe has a home in this rural area, just check in, make sure they're doing okay. We hate to see a potentially a tornado on the ground, but if it's just in areas that there's no one, I think we'd rather have it that way for sure, compared to the other way around. So continuing to see this very, very strong rotation, and it's just not going anywhere. It's just not moving. Latest from National Weather Service, they had storm motion at around 5 miles per hour, and that's it, just 5 miles per hour. So we'll see how long this area can keep going, but this tornado warning is in southeastern Cass County and is going to last until midnight. So another 40 minutes, partly due to how slow this is moving, and also the fact that the rotation just continues to show as strong as it is at this current point in time. Yeah, and I'll bring it back over to you, Chris.
Here's the rotation. We have the outbound winds in red running to the south and west, and this was moving to the northwest. Now it's moving off to the east now. So we have this kind of in a small vicinity, almost variable in its direction. This is a screaming signal, folks. I want you in your shelter southwest of Messina. We have those very bright and vivid colors right next to each other, and a drop noted in our CC data. I'll go ahead and pull that back up and see if we see that continuing. There's still that lowering in there right here, southwest of Messina. So initially I was just saying moving to the north and west is really variable. It's not moving fast, but it is within that warning, and I want anyone in that warning, Messina, Dewey, on the outskirts of that one as well, continue to seek shelter. Tough to see. Unfortunately, we have all the red returns showing up in here, but you can see that area from about Iowa Highway 148 back to the west. About 5 miles is all. This is not a large warning at all, a sign that it is very slow moving. That tornado threat right now is going to be in this lower area of reflectivity. Let's go back over to the velocity signal in here, and right there, south and west of Messina, that's our concern. Joe, did you have something?
It was showing, radar was showing gate-to-gate shear in that blue spot of 132 miles per hour.
Okay, and that might be a little contaminated, but even if you look offset, I believe we're good through here. So be watching for this area in particular. That's where we have a higher confidence that a tornado may be on the ground. We have a TDS signature showing up in the CC. I'll go back to that here, and it's kind of washed out. That's good news, but just a couple of scans ago, right here, we had a little bit of a lowering. So I highlight it with that arrow. The next scan pushed it a little bit further to the north and east and started broadening it out. But we have high confidence there that we did have at least a brief touchdown there, but we can confirm via radar with high confidence that there was likely a tornado that touched down there on the ground in southeastern Cass County at the moment. I want to pop back over to Marion County because this does have a history of producing tornadic activity as well, this storm. The southern edge does have some broad but fast rotation south of Knoxville. That is worth watching, but we do not have a tornado warning on it at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning is in place, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. A couple of robust severe thunderstorms right now of note to watch. With time, I think we continue to see the atmosphere stabilize from the bottom up, but we're not there yet. Heavy rain will then become the bigger story. Right now, the story there is southwest of Messina with, we have a very strong and it has been tight circulation, maybe a little bit of some contamination in there, but even if you remove that to an extent, that is still a screaming signal of some rotation up through there. Backing up that CC, I'm missing my one scan. There's one in between there, Joe, and I can't get it. But there was a scan in between there that it took that debris signature, that lowering light blue, and kind of fanned it out briefly. Now it's completely washed out. So I'm pretty confident we had a TDS showing up there on CC.
Yeah, they're very I'm with you on that. Very likely that there was maybe, there was at least something there for sure. Something else too, new, flash flood warning within this area. But as long as rotation, continues showing up like this, we are going to stick with this as the main focus. If you're anywhere near this area of rotation, safe spot, stay there, because we have seen signs that a little bit of debris was being picked up by this area of rotation, showing signs. Likely we had a tornado, and how long it was on the ground for, that's going to remain yet to be seen. But this is still a very concerning area, and it just is not moving at a very swift pace. And even the last 2-3 scans, just not seeing this budge too far. So just continuing to see this in a very similar spot in southeast Cass County, and going to continue to keep watching that, and just taking a look at the debris detection again here. Radar shoots up between 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 feet in this area, because it is so far away from the Des Moines radar site. So that is something to keep in mind as well. But gosh, this is still very, very strong rotation. Being shown with the inbound and outbound winds all throughout this area here. So continue, if you are anywhere close in this area of southeastern and southern Cass County, continue to remain in your tornado safe spot as this rotation continues to show up in a very strong way.
All right, Joe, I have the Omaha radar sampled up. It's actually maybe equidistant from Des Moines right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it as far over as possible. We have a look at the scan. So this scan right here was the one that gave us that debris signature showing up. This was strong, it was ripping. Next scan, a little bit of weakening, and here's the latest scan here. So just south and west of Messina. This would be the area, and there still is some rotation there, but it's really toned things down. We like to see that. We're no longer seeing that big CC drop showing up. I'll just check and see if this one, the Omaha site, actually picked it up as well. That could give us some higher confidence that something did drop. I don't see it on this one, but we are at least seeing a bit of that rotation break apart. Certainly some heavy rain in there, some hail looking possible. We are warned for up to golf ball sized hail in that same general vicinity. And then all of a sudden, it's like, what happened to our circulation? It's quite literally that quick, it went away. Now, there is still some area that is rotating in there, but it's just not up to the vigor it was one scan ago, 5 minutes ago. That tornado warning persists. I want you, if you are in southeastern Cass County, to continue to be in your safe place. In fact, this warning now no longer big enough. We're starting to see that area of rotation kind of push out the northeastern side of it. One thing, we have a lot of lines kind of covering the screen here. What I'm going to do is pull up just the flash flood warnings. And I want you to see, overlaid with the radar, where we have flash flood warnings right now. This is an area all the way from that Messina area to the east, south of Greenfield, towards the Orient and Maxburg area, south of Winterset. Anywhere in this green shading has seen 1, 2, 3 inches of rain so far. And you have this next kick of rain pushing through. That could take us to that next level where we start seeing high water and some flooding maybe roadways. It's dark. You can outdrive your headlights very easily in this kind of a scenario. I want you to be safe if you are going to be venturing out for tonight in these areas. Flash flooding, that's been kind of top of mind as we led into this system here for tonight, and I think it's a very real threat overall, but we have seen the severe reports come to fruition, at least the warnings, I should say, and I do believe here in southeastern Cass County we did have a brief touchdown. Joe?
Yeah, Chris, I'm gonna bring this back over to the this cell that sat over Pleasantville for a long time. New severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag on this one, and this is going to include parts of Lucas, Mahaska, Marion, and Monroe counties. This storm and the strongest portion of it is still in Marion County at this time, and there was a personal weather station that recorded measured a 70 mile per hour wind gust near Knoxville.
Okay.
So very, very strong winds showing up with this storm, and getting a look at velocity here. Not anything overly concerning in terms of rotation. However, there is at least a little bit showing up of, maybe a little bit of a surge in wind. Radar picking up at around 58 mile per hour winds. And so this is going to be a wind storm, or wind type of storm that is the main threat with this particular severe thunderstorm warning is going to be those strong winds. And Chris, you have got the Knoxville cam pulled up.
We do. On the top of the screen, you can see it says 43 miles per hour. That's sustained. So out at the airport, they certainly had some strong wind coming out of the heaviest rain in Knoxville proper right now. And I would guess, based on the velocity signals, that strongest wind is also a little bit further to the south of town. This is going to take a second to load in, but this will be the wind gusts that have been observed coming in here from all of our sites. So recently a 51 mile per hour wind gust coming in out of the Knoxville airport on the south side of town. Sustained to 43, a gust to 51. Seems like with the sustained and gusts so close that that may not be quite high enough in my opinion, but we had that report, Joe, that you passed along up towards 70 miles per hour. Back to the west, all these sites noting anywhere from 30 to almost 50 miles per hour. Shenandoah, Red Oak, east of Red Oak towards Villisca, Atlantic, south of Atlantic, up towards Avoca and Harlan have had some stronger wind gusts as well. Multiple roads being flooded in the Pleasantville area is what we are hearing. So remember to turn around, don't drown, stay out of those flooded areas. And just like that, Joe, the tornado warning that's gone as quick as it popped up, it has gone away. And I believe we did have a brief touchdown in there about 10 minutes or so ago, maybe 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I honestly thought I had moved my camera to a different spot because of how quickly that area of rotation did dissipate. So no tornado warnings currently in any portion of central Iowa. So that is good news. Good news there. Chris, do you want to stay on ABC here?
No, we'll let ABC go. We are going to continue our coverage on the We Are Iowa app, We Are Iowa Plus. You can catch us there if you want to continue to track our coverage along with us. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across southern Iowa, and flash flooding conditions will be here through the evening and early morning as we continue on in the next half hour and keep you updated on We Are Iowa. Booth, you with me? Are we off? We're going to continue our coverage over on We Are Iowa Plus, folks. We hope to see you there. Now back to your programming. Thank you, sir. Still continuing to track some storms here. Man, that popped up quick. That was a
Wow.
screaming signal, had me concerned, Joe, and then, it faded away. What concerns me most right now, honestly, is the flooding situation. And this is checking in, hearing some bad things out of Pleasantville at the moment. Just checking here with some of the team and see what's going on. All right. Joe, it's been an active night, and I think both of us would agree this is more active than we envisioned on the severe weather front so far tonight.
For sure. For sure. Did not expect these severe threats to continue this far into the night, but nonetheless, they have and are currently ongoing. And yeah, we are very quickly seeing this transition to the flash flooding concerns becoming more and more of a threat as time goes on here. The KNIA radio studio in Knoxville, 3.28 inches as of 11:30. So just evidence of how heavy that rain has been, and they did mention that the majority of it has fallen since 10:15, with close to an inch in the last 15 minutes, Chris.
Okay.
That is that's some very, very heavy rain falling in Knoxville.
Thankfully, it's moving out.
Thankfully.
This storm is becoming a bit more progressive. It was stagnant earlier. Coming back out to the Knoxville camera. Joe, can we move that so I'm not looking at the pole? Move it left so it's looking out over the landscape towards the water tower.
Yes.
And
gosh, that lightning is just incredible.
yeah, all you have to do is just click on screen where you want it to go. So just hit the left-hand portion of the screen and you'll see it. Okay, so that'll be a good vantage point here. It's kind of stuttering a little bit. Unfortunately, we don't have the best internet feed right now. Trying to get a sense on if there's water standing. I know there is a road that passes right down through here, parking lot through here. I'm not seeing anything, super jumping off the screen as other than the vivid lightning show. But this has been a very efficient rainfall maker for us, causing some chaos in Pleasantville. Unfortunately, no traffic cams in that area, but we're hearing reports that there's some roads flooded in Pleasantville. Things looking to be a little bit more progressive now in really all storms. And what we have now accelerating through, and you can see this looping in, we have that kick coming in from this storm. It's going to ripple through this line, and anything that's trying to stagnate, it's going to get going further to the east. One thing I am noticing, Joe, here is anything that's been trying to develop in this middle section has been struggling. And so that's good from a flash flooding perspective. These areas haven't seen a ton of rain so far tonight. There's been some there coming in, but the heaviest has certainly been over Warren and Marion County, and now back to the west, closer to Cass County, and I would say into Adair County as well. But you move further to the east towards Madison, it hasn't been quite as much. So I'm just going to pull it in here.
Yeah, real quick, Chris.
Yep.
One of our digital producers, Caleb, called Pleasantville, and Marion County EMA said normal street flooding just at a far deeper than normal height was
Okay.
a suburban street.
Okay. So suburban streets dealing with a lot of what I would call urban ponding. When we start dealing with high water in streets, which is not creating issues is what that tells me, but it's high, it's populated in the street, that is going to be some urban ponding. So that, I'm glad to be hearing that, Joe, because that's concerning. And so earlier when we were talking about waist deep water, well, where is the water? If it's in a ditch, waist deep water is that's good. I mean, it's supposed to be in the ditch. So this helps shed some light on just exactly what's happening. Now, I don't want to discount, there's been a lot of water in there, and stay out of those flooded streets that are really high. Not only can it be dangerous, but then you risk property too. If you stall out in that water, you can ruin your engine real quick. You don't want to do that. Now, I do have on screen the 6-hour radar estimate showing up. So there has been a decent amount there in southern Madison and southern Adair County. But the heaviest that we've seen so far has been more persistent back towards Cass County, the Messina area. I will go ahead and sample that. That's going to be north of 3 inches in that reddish orange shading, 3.7 inches there. That would be extreme southwestern Adair County. I'll go over towards Pleasantville. We're starting to go north of 5 inches here into the brown maroon shading, if you want to call it, just to the east and northeast of Pleasantville at 5.1 inches here. So I don't believe, Joe, we're going to see any more circulations that jump up to be tornado warned. I'm going to check velocity here real quick. Well, we'll watch this. I take that back. We'll watch that one. That one's looking, it's storm level, but that's how they form. I think at the surface back here to the west, we're starting to stabilize just a little bit, and that will keep the tornadic threat away back further to the west. This storm, though, over Marion County, though, it's been the little engine that could so far here for tonight.
Yeah, and thankfully, Chris, we're seeing this storm at least pick up a little bit of pace and not moving at such a slow.
Yeah, it was 15 earlier.
Yeah, 15 miles per hour earlier, and we're seeing that pick up a little speed, and so that's good news. You know, we're not going to see the same situation like what we had in Knoxville there for a bit, as well as Pleasantville, where it just sat over those areas for such a long time. You see with the last several scans, that storm is moving and starting to get going to the south and the east. So going to continue to monitor that, especially right around the Indiana area. That's an area that, you know, a little bit of that rotation has kind of started to show up with the last couple of scans. Nothing that is overly concerning or bright and tight.
It's the storm scale rotation. It's quite literally the storm that is rotating what we're looking in there. So we need that to kind of tighten up, be more concise and focused for it to turn into a bigger tornadic threat. So think of it as kind of like 3 steps. We don't have any rotation. Okay, that's step 1. Step 2, we have something a little bit showing up there on a broad sense. That's step 2. Step 3 is where we have it going right next to each other. And the difference there, and Joe, you have it up on screen, so I'll just read it for you. 28 miles per hour gate to gate. That's right next to each other. That's the difference in magnitude of the speed. But in that individual gate, it's 59 miles per hour. If those two numbers match, in absolute value terms, that's the concern. That gets into the level 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we may, if this little bit of rotation does not progress, it could still, especially with the rain that's coming down, the strongest winds kind of within that storm, likely reaching the surface. Very gusty winds, very likely with this one. Now, how strong? Upwards of 60 miles per hour will continue to be possible, and it does look like, Chris, they did extend that flash flood warning to include Knoxville, which is not surprising given a couple of those reports that have come in as of recent.
Sure, go back to Knoxville, Cam. Let's. I'll pull it up on my end if you'll drive. Let's try to get to a road or even, the infield. I think there's a ditch there that's being illuminated kind of right behind me. It's actually difficult because my cart kind of gets in the way for you. But there's some standing water in maybe some of those low points.
You want me to zoom in
there?
on
That's a great illumination. You can look out over the parking lot. You saw it there in the fields. There's a baseball diamond back there. There's a lot of standing water there. Now, it's not solid water, But that shows you how much rain has fallen. Those drains in town, a lot of concrete, it moves quickly and it can rise quickly. It can overpower those storm drains. And that's the urban ponding, the urban flooding that we are concerned with. Latest sustained wind is 23 miles per hour. So I would guess that gust also went back down. But there is certainly, and there you see it illuminated once again, there's a lot of water out there in the distance on our Knoxville camp. So now included under a new flash flood warning in that vicinity. That storm is moving out of Knoxville. Still, there is some rain over town right now, but that heaviest is further to the south and to the east. This kick incoming, I think there's going to be some potential for up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Haven't heard a lot as of late with that. I am going to show the reports. There's a couple of new ones, but I'd last checked in with the wind gusts at various observation sites across the area, and they hadn't quite reached up to 60. 59, 60 personal weather station by Griswold, and 65 near Griswold from a personal weather station. So I'll pop over to the velocity picture. It's kind of moving off to the east now, and we are putting that best little bullseye of wind about right here. I'll go ahead and just kind of draw the circle of, that leading edge, that leading charge of wind, and then it's tucked away back in there in pockets in this cell. So over Messina, west of Greenfield, you're going to have the storm coming in the next few minutes. This storm is moving much more quickly off to the east. I'll actually go ahead and just see how fast it's moving. This is east at 45, so this is definitely more significant. Thankfully, the heavy rain won't be sitting over this one spot for too long. It will be more progressive, but there is some strong wind tucked away in there. In fact, hail is not the issue here, as you see down at the bottom of your screen, 3/4 of an inch or less. That's basically the bottom rung to a severe thunderstorm warning. 60 mile per hour wind is the threat here. Since I'm still up, Joe, and then I'll send it back over to you. I'll show you the wind gusts real quick, and then I'll let Joe take over. Not really a clear rear inflow notch, but we certainly are bowing out here in this segment. And you can see some of those wind gusts back to the west. Not quite up to that 60, 65 mile per hour range like it was back towards Griswold, which would be back into this vicinity. I actually think Griswold is off into Pottawatomie County. But in close proximity in the southwestern part of Cass, there was some 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts in there, Joe.
Yeah, we've got strong winds kind of going on here, heavy rainfall. Just to kind of give you all an overview of what we've had so far tonight. Different reports of flooding, especially out of Pleasantville. Up to this point, Knoxville likely dealing with maybe a little bit of ponding and different things of that nature. At this time, we've had wind gust reports, several of them. In fact, I'll just go ahead and bring up the storm reports here to just give you an idea. You see the red dots in here. This is when we had the tornado warnings going on. There were several different areas that had funnel cloud reports right near Lorimore. I was under a tornado warning for quite a while. Also, just north of Sandyville, we had a report of a funnel cloud there. And then no report, but it's also partly due to how little is in this spot southwest of Messina in Cass County. Chris and I did see a little bit of debris showing up, and we likely did have a tornado at some point in time a little bit earlier on tonight. And then you see all of the wind reports in here. There was some hail that did come down in Pleasantville and areas around Pleasantville with these storms. And as far as the current situation, we're still monitoring this storm that is southeast of Knoxville now. This is going to be a wind threat with this storm in particular, as well as the continuation of heavy rain. But thankfully, we've seen this particular storm begin to pick up speed. So moving a little bit quicker, which means that the rains and that heavy rain not going to sit over the same areas for a long period of time. Good news in that regard. But where it was and when it was very slow and did not move from these particular spots, that's where we've got the green boxes, the flash flood warnings going on. And again, we have had reports of some flooding in a few different areas, especially around the Pleasantville areas that typically flood, intersections that typically flood, are dealing with some ponding at this moment in time. But thankfully, rain's moving out of the Pleasantville area as we speak, and got another flash flood warning that is in west central Iowa. This does include Greenfield, Creston, Lower Moore, where we had tornado warnings earlier. And this is kind of in anticipation of these areas have already seen some rain and some heavy rain at times up to this point. But it's really with anticipation of this kind of wave here. And there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped. Let's give you details on this one here. This one just popped up. It does include Sheraton, and this is going to be Lucas, Marion, and Warren counties until 12:45. So into the very early part of Saturday, that this warning will continue to go as this storm moves kind of straight south into this severe polygon that they just drew up. And the main threats with this one, let's get it on the correct warning here. I'm not overly concerned with the hail threat with this. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts certainly will be possible, but just on the offhand that over the past couple of scans, and sure enough, there is a decent hail signature showing up here. As far as the size of that, it's Melcher, Dallas to the southwest of Melcher, Dallas, and then Lacona a little bit to the east. 1.7 inches, according to, that's what radar is picking up as far as the hail size. And another radar software that we also take a look at, its algorithm is showing around 2-inch diameter hail. So there is hail showing up with this newest severe thunderstorm warning in the storm that is going to be moving into this area. So need to continue to monitor that for the hail as well as the wind gusts, but just a quick check of the velocity here. I think we're getting to, there's some pockets in there that have some storm relative rotation, but I think we're moving into a point where the severe threat will continue to have to watch for not just the flash flooding threat as the rain continues to be very efficiently produced by these storms, but also just wind gusts. And with this one particular severe thunderstorm area that's moving down through right along Iowa Highway 14, eventually moving down towards Highway 34. This has quite a little bit of a hail signature there, right in between Melcher, Dallas, and Lacona. So that's where the hail was being picked up by radar there as of recent. Let's get a track on this particular storm, just given that hail is showing up the way it is on radar. Let me get the polygon's drawn pretty much straight to the south. Let's see here. What do they got? Moving south at 20 miles per hour. Just wanted to make sure that I had that right. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this off real quick. I'm going to adjust the storm track speed. Last time that we were tracking storms with this one, storms were moving a whole lot quicker. It was set at 65 miles per hour for storm motion, while this is just moving 20 miles per hour. So here are some of the locations and estimated times of arrival with this storm. Again, upwards of 1.5 inch diameter hail and also 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Primary threats with this one, getting into Williamson here within a few minutes. Indianola and Indianola Junction, 12:10. Sheraton, 12:15. Russell, 12:22. Confidence, 12:44. Millerton, 12:49. So those are the details and what we've got with this newest severe thunderstorm warning. Chris, have you? I know you've been checking in on things. Have you gotten anything significant or heard anything, received any report that is worth mentioning?
You need a break, Joe? He's been going a long time. Okay, Booth is saying nothing significant coming in that they've heard on their checking.
I'm going to get a little bit of water if you don't mind.
You are just fine. In fact, if you don't mind, will you refill mine?
Yes, absolutely.
Just mute your mic, sir, and I'll take it here until you get back. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. That new one for Lucas County. I do think some wind could be tucked away in there. There is a decent little hail signature, a couple of spots in that line over Marion, Lucas County. More concerned with the strongest wind out here in the west, more so than hail, coming into portions of Adair and Union and Adams County right now. A slew of flash flood warnings in there too. Now, thankfully, this storm now starting to be a little bit more progressive as it moves further to the south and east. Hopefully, we can avoid a further extension of that flash flood warning over Marion County as that pushes down to the south and east with this storm. There's one little hail pocket in here south of Melcher, Dallas, some storm scale circulations that have been noted in the last half hour with this storm. So we'll watch some of those kidney bean areas. This is going to be broad but strong rotation. So if you can see, if this is not rain wrapped in this area, and I'm not advocating go outside either. So near Indiana, there's going to be a big portion of the clouds doing a giant swirl up above your head, spinning around you. So as you look up, you're going to see it several miles moving around. Okay, and so as you look up, that's going to be in a clockwise direction. As we look down, it's counterclockwise. But sometimes these can spin up into something to be just a little bit more. And at this point, we don't have any tornado warnings, but where we would be watching for those clouds to really be rapidly spinning is about right there. So where Marion and Monroe County meet, just south of Indiana, that'd be west of Highway 5 by a couple of miles, fairly well west of La Villa. This would be south of Attica as well, I believe, or southwest of the Attica area as well. So there's a lot of lines popping up here in view. We get the Highway 5 area, which is rather rural. You get into a lot of terrain change and trees in that vicinity. Some smaller communities in there. We want you to be safe. Stay away from windows if you are in view of these areas that are in the severe thunderstorm warning. So looking at observed winds around Pella, 30, 35. Knoxville, latest report was 39 with the wind gust, 52 miles per hour previously as that storm rolled through. And I believe personal weather stations were ripping over the severe criteria. We do kind of have that Boeing segment out there over Adair County at the moment, Union, Adams County. It's not your classic bow, though. A lot of times we look for the rear inflow to help accelerate these storms forward and push that wind down to the ground. These are for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and I think that's appropriate. I haven't seen a report come in lately of anything stronger. In fact, I'll just pull those up with you. And perhaps in the last 5 minutes, something new has come up, and it hasn't. There has been a hail report coming in. This would be near the Messina area. Reports of power flashes and ping pong ball sized hail south of Messina. And I remember that time I saw the CC drop. That was at 11:13. Power flashes at 11:18. By the time it gets reported, you're within the realm of reason. Further confidence that we actually had something come down and reach the ground. I tell you, it's been a night here, Joe. We had the NBA Finals, and I was looking through email for any reports coming in. Let's just say, buddy, we got our fair share of voicemails. coming in tonight.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. Make sure you're unmuted in case. I don't know if you are or aren't, but
No, I've got my mic up.
folks, we get it. I mean, I want to watch the NBA too. I'm in Team Knickerbocker camp here. Unfortunately, we have the obligation to help keep people safe, and that means when severe weather dictates, we jump on with you. And running the double boxes, we were ready for this. I don't want to cover it up. Joe doesn't want to cover up, but we have to keep people safe. There was one time, just brief storm time. We'll get back to tracking our coverage. This has been, 16 years ago now. Game 7 of the NBA Finals. I had an EF4 on the ground, and it actually ended up taking someone's life. So I am not hesitant on covering up major programming for severe weather because I've seen it firsthand before, and it changed lives. So
For sure.
not going to let a basketball game, dictate us sharing pertinent, important, and life-saving information.
Yeah,
Tangent to the side, 2 areas we're watching here, Joe. We are going to see this westernmost cluster catch up with what's happening to these. Probably at least a little bit more rain up by the Pleasantville area. Emergency management, though, Joe, saying that this is more kind of a city-level street ponding type situation rather than anything too significant at the moment.
It's good to hear. That's very good to hear. And something that we're still watching here, everyone, is hail. With this storm as it begins to move into Lucas County, and is currently right now moving into Lucas County. Let's get a look at what radar is kind of picking up as far as hail size. So the 1.8 inches, I did click on the highest, brightest return, but that is a very small area that I clicked on, but there's a good portion and a good swath of radar picking up on 1.5 inch hail diameter size. So still likely, large enough hail that we would advise getting away from just windows to the outside. 1.5 inch hail, especially with the potential for 60 mile per hour wind gusts, that is enough to potentially take out and break some glass or come through a window. So getting away from the windows to the outside, not a bad idea if you are if you're in Williamson. That's kind of the next in line for this severe thunderstorm. It is moving to the south at around 20 miles per hour. Let's get a fresh track on this one. Again, hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter, I believe, is what National Weather Service had on this one. But this is looking to get into Whitebreast by 12:12. So got 9 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less than that, just with a little bit of radar delay. Sheraton by 12:16 and Russell by 12:22. Just some estimated times that this area of both strong wind gusts as well as hail potentially moving into those areas. And just to check out velocity, I'm not seeing anything overly concerning. However, there is a little spot south of Indiana there that just a little bit of a tighter spot. I'm kind of
That's the
seeing.
spot to watch.
Yeah, one to watch for sure. Chris, you've got the shear detection up there.
Yeah, I just clicked off it. We'll come back to it though.
Sorry, bad timing.
There we have, and it is picking up some of those storm level circulations. It is strong, but it's not. It hasn't been the tightest. That last scan that we just showed you, that Joe showed you, is probably the tightest it's been in some time here. As we take a look at things south of Indiana, so this is starting to push to the south and east into Monroe County. They did just issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe County, so I'll go to that. And we'll back things out and take a look. This is going to be your base level warning, and I'll move it back here, but this is going to be in place until 1 a.m. Wind speed of 60 mile per hour winds associated with this. Does not have that tornado tag, so we're kind of deeming this as a storm level circulation. It is. This whole storm is kind of wrapping around on itself. If these two come together, that's the concern of something dropping out. At this point. So south of Indiana, south of Attica, looking to the west of La Villa, pushing to the south and east, basically towards Albia. So we'll continue to monitor that area as well. Joe, I have not heard really much of anything back to the west as far as reports up until just clicking over it now in southern Adair County, 60 miles per hour in Orient. So we are getting up there. That's severe threshold type wind. 58 miles per hour is what we classify as a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damage, that 58 mile per hour wind. And now near Orient, that is an updated report. The time on that was 11:59, so just 6 minutes ago we had that. Okay, Joe, I'll bring it back over to you.
Yeah, and Chris, if you have National Weather Service chat pulled up, you may be interested in the picture of hail that came out of Pleasantville there.
2 inches in diameter?
Yeah, 2-inch diameter hail out of Pleasantville. Very. So that's, that storm was significant and sat over the top of Pleasantville for, a little bit too long with the rain that was coming down, especially seeing the reports of the hail that it was producing too. Chris, I'm starting to get less and less concerned in terms of, tornado activity or the tornadic threats. Of course, you can always get, with storm clusters like this, you can get little kinks here and there and little brief areas of rotation or brief couple of scans. It shows up and then pulses back down, goes away, or it's not as tight. So getting less concerned with that, and still, I think this storm that continues to move into both Lucas County and Monroe County as well. This one is continuing kind of just on its own. It's the other storms off to the west have not gotten super duper close to this particular cell up to this point, and it's just been chugging along kind of on its lonesome a little bit all the way back to when it first popped up. This was right as the sun was beginning to set, and that first tornado warning coming in a little bit, it was around 9:30. And then you see how it just didn't progress and didn't move for a little over an hour. And now over the past, hour and a half to 2 hours, we have finally started to see it, move a bit and start getting a little bit more of a motion to it. But it has made quite the right-hand curvature throughout the night up to this point, and is now moving south and southeast. So that storm currently still has the potential to produce upwards of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And I do want to look at the hail again here. If you are in Williamson in Lucas County, likely got some hail beginning to move into town at this time. and could be upwards of an inch and a quarter to an inch and a half in diameter. That's what radar is picking up with this at this point. And this is moving, this part of the storm they have moving south at 20 miles per hour. And so this is moving right down. This area of hail is going to be moving right onto Iowa Highway 14 and move straight down towards Sheraton. And so that is going to be something to monitor to see if that hail and the hail core with this storm holds up through Williamson and then eventually all the way down to Sheraton. And if that hail does hold and moves into Sheraton, Chris, I would imagine your phone is gonna blow up from your hometown.
Yeah, we're getting into the hometown territory there, into Lucas County. I'm just checking out lightning bolts here over this area. I'll kind of move this out of the way. Positive, negative strikes, amperage. Just look at the number of strikes. 466. This is anything that's shown on this screen. So this is southwestern Iowa, even a bit dipping back into Nebraska. I'm going to come to present. All right, 174. We're undergoing a weakening trend with this line of storms moving through southwestern Iowa right now, and that has certainly been more evident as it pertains to, I'm going to switch sites to the National Weather Service site, Des Moines, and I'm going to take the lightning off the screen. I'm even going to get rid of the warnings because I do want to show this. We're losing those higher end returns. This is a sign the storms are kind of stabilizing just a little bit. There's still likely some turbulent winds, but one thing we haven't seen, the storm is now moving into Madison County. We have not seen a new warning reissued for there unless they just did it in the last 5 minutes when I haven't looked, and they haven't. So the storm is starting to stabilize, weaken just a little bit. Lightning can be a key indicator for that. You see a notable uptick in lightning, and that starts to indicate that that storm is strengthening. Conversely, you start to see that downturn, and it's weakening. Now, it's not absolute truth. It doesn't go hand in hand, but that is kind of an indicator that we use and look for. I'm going to back things up here about an hour, and you'll see these returns, especially way out west, they were far more robust. At the time, that area was enduring 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and while we have seen a couple of wind reports as of late, they have not been as widespread as they were back in this area. So wind reports and wind damage, we have one wind report southeast of Greenfield in comparison, so that is a little bit of a difference maker. So I wanted to tell you what's incoming there. I think we're starting to see the surface stabilize, and we're keeping that gusty wind up into the air. Now this storm, it's still strong. This has been in kind of in an area that hasn't seen anything come through and chew up the atmosphere. There's still a little bit that's rooted at the surface, some turbulent air tucked away in here. There is some shearing, no doubt, some rotation south of Indiana, west of La Villa. That's still there, but that's on the storm scale. We actually have kind of a convergence signal here north of Williamson, and that's going to correspond to where that hail core is that Joe was just talking about. So I'll go ahead and pull that data up for you too. Watch that same area. Yep. Back in there towards Williamson, that's where we have that hail being noted. This would be up to golf ball sized hail, I think, as it pops up on screen. Very close to it, 1.5 inches. That's going to be, what is that, Joe? That's ping pong ball, 1.5.
Ping pong ball, I believe so, yes.
Brain is getting fried. So heads up in Sheraton, a couple months ago, you had some decent hail up to tennis ball sized hail. It looks like you have another little cluster heading your way. Williamson probably enduring that right now. Briefly, Joe, before I get it back to you, I'm going to take a look at the wind gusts here. Takes a second to pop in. I don't know if we have anything that'll show up in this area. We really don't.
And
Pella gusting to 46. That's a more recent report that I haven't seen. Pop back west here real quick. Creston 10, Creston 20, Clarinda 30. I think we're losing a little mustard with these storms back west, Joe.
Yeah, I think so. And the hail signature on this storm that's moving into Williamson as we speak.
Wow.
The hail signature spiked in the latest scan.
Joe, come back to me here real quick.
Yeah.
Just sorry to interrupt you.
No.
I was kind of on that lightning kick. You see the difference here?
Oh.
Okay. There's the lightning. There it's not. It does make a difference. So the most robust activity right now is out towards Marion, Monroe County, and Lucas County. Okay.
Yeah. Those storms off to the west need to catch up with this one. need to catch up with this guy. That's quite the hail signature showing up. So if you're in Williamson and if you're in Sheraton as well, I would start to kind of get prepared to remove yourself, at least getting away from those windows to the outside. This is moving into Williamson right now. Given just a little bit of delay, that hail's probably starting to fall, probably starting to hear it in Williamson. And this is going to be moving down towards Sheraton and Highway 34. So it continues to pulse upward. The area of the largest hail being shown by radar actually just in the latest scan expanded a little bit more. So this storm is showing its strength with the hail core within it at this moment in time, and I do believe still at around 20 miles per hour that this is moving to the south. So given that radar is showing the hail at the size that it is, let me put a new track on this and let you all know who's coming up with this one. So Sheraton, again, Williamson, it's likely happening right now, if not within the next couple of minutes. So Williamson, hopefully you are already away from windows to the outside. Sheraton, 12:25. So 7, 8, 9 minutes is what we've got until this begins to move in. So do keep that in mind. Russell, 12:31, 12:59 into Millerton. So this storm continues to show its strength in terms of hail, and the wind gust potential with this is still going to be, the warning has it up to 60 miles per hour. So still some gusty winds possible with this one. However, I think our primary concern at this moment is the hail, Chris, because that hail signature has only gotten slightly larger for one, and also has gotten a little bit stronger of a signature over the past 5-6 scans.
Yeah. Joe, should we do a volume scan? I'm gonna see if we can do that here. All right. It'll take me a couple seconds to get the parameters set, but we have the time. I think the best signal is going to be by Williamson. Okay. Sweeping radar. 1 second here while I get this revved up. 3D volume. Let's load in hail, and I'm going to do hail core 55 dBz. Okay, so let's scan here. We're going to get a tilt. There's your large hail core coming in. It's going to have to load some data here, so bear with me. There, it shot up. Right here at 11:45, it shot up, and we started to see that larger hail signature with this sector of the storm. Let me load in 60 dB. Here we go. So you start to see those pinks in there. See how it shot up again right here at midnight. and it's starting to take that little bit of a dip. It shot up high here. It's actually expanded and kind of fanning out now. So higher confidence that hail is falling now in northern Lucas County. So this is going to be estimate up to what you were having 2 inches in diameter, Joe? Maybe something a little bit
Two and a
larger?
quarter.
2 1/4. So that's getting us up close to tennis ball sized. Incoming northeastern Lucas County towards the Williamson area, down through Sheraton, east towards Russell. So heads up for that. That's going to be pushing in. I've been on this lightning kick. I'll continue to show this. Big difference from now.
The contrast is wild.
Let's go back 45 minutes ago. And these 2 storms were almost equal in their amounts of lightning that they had. This was about the time, or shortly after actually, we had that TDS showing up near Messina. But then in just, it's been 50 minutes time, we've really lost a lot of luster with this incoming line to the west. A couple of pulses. That leading edge there getting into Madison County is a little stronger, then a bit down there towards Clarinda as well. It looks like some stronger sections of the storm. Okay, so this last one, I think, at least for severe weather, is going to really be over Lucas County. There may be some gusty wind there into Monroe County as well. We've been seeing those turbulent actions in the sky overhead. But at this stage, down the radial, I'm on storm relative now over to regular velocity. Yeah, what we're looking at here is more of a convergence signal. So this is the clash of the wind that's happening. Green is moving to the northwest, red is moving to the south and east. The button heads, and the wind can't go into the ground, so it has to go up. And that's what's causing all our hail, the large hail in there. Sometimes this can wrap around on it, and you can start to get that spin and that shearing action. But hail right now appears to be top of mind. I'm not 100% sold with any of the wind signatures over Monroe County. Not to say that some stronger wind can't be happening there, but I'm just not quite as impressed with it at this juncture. So we're getting these storms in closer to airport sites, and I'll be watching that Sheraton one very closely, 24 miles per hour, but hail definitely a signature there on that Lucas County storm. All right, Creston ticking up to 52. That is sub-severe, but that is also, keep in mind, 1 point. That this is a larger storm overall, too, so there could be some stronger pulses. I'd say really anywhere along this line right now, decent opportunity for 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, but I think we're dialing it back down off that top end amount. Again, the storm report showing up here. We haven't seen a lot of consistency since way back west. There is a new one, though, east of Greenfield, so why don't I go ahead and pull that one up for you briefly. 60 miles per hour measured personal weather station. Looks like that's east of Greenfield, just a little bit, Joe.
Yes. So continuing to monitor just, all of this activity here, and I've still got the focus, at least at this point, on excuse me, the hail that is potentially being produced by this cell in Lucas County. So Williamson, it's happening right now, still going. Probably started just a minute or two ago. And is continuing to, at least where radar indicates that hail is currently located. It still showing up very, very strong signature there. So going to continue to watch for large hail with this storm, and I believe it's not moving super fast. However, it is beginning to get a little bit closer to Sheraton. So, if you're still tuning in and still with us tonight in Sheraton, start thinking about if you're anywhere near windows, the wind threat is not as high, so good news that those hailstones might not be coming in at a direct angle into any sort of windows on your home, but this is still very large hail, so I want you to be as safe as possible as this continues to move south at around 20 miles per hour. And Sheraton, the only location kind of showing up on this storm tracks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out a little bit just so I can include some locations that are farther south that are kind of in line for this here. So Sheraton, 1228, very, very soon. Getting into Sheraton. Russell, 1233. Millerton, 102 a.m. And Corden, 121. So that was just very, very general, very estimated times that we may start to see the hail with this storm begin to move in. It is, that's the main threat, still the primary threat with this particular cell. In fact, let's go, let's see if we've got a new hail.
That's holding its own. It's lofted way up high.
Yeah.
In there, right along Highway 14 near Williamson right now, and working its way south.
Yeah, that's and this has been a very, very consistent signature with this storm. And I believe these pinks here, still showing up at 2¼ inches. It's slightly lighter, kind of pinkish purple. It's going to be 2-inch diameter hail. Now this is what radar is indicating, and have not seen a report come out of this just yet. But wouldn't be surprised if this does, of course, hold. Hopefully it doesn't into Sheraton and through Lucas County. Would expect, reports of some kind because 2¼ inch hail, 2-inch hail, whatever's actually coming down in this cell. I know that would likely wake me up and get me out of bed wondering what the heck's going on. So we may start to see some reports come out of Lucas County here, but nothing to report to you just yet. But we'll continue to keep an eye on things for any reports that may come in. But still, right through Williamson, down Highway 14, and eventually down towards Russell, Sheraton, Highway 34 within the next kind of 10 minutes or so. Kind of looking at estimated time of arrival for some of the smaller hailstones that might be coming down, but that larger hail and that hail core will be following pretty close behind that.
I love how it names some of the old mines down there, Tipperary and Olmutz, ghost towns essentially now. I think,
well, that's
Joe,
good to know.
I've taken a seat. I got to get a little bit more comfortable off feet. I think the hail threat is mostly east of Highway 14. I think the worst of it's going to miss Sheraton. It's more over the east and northeastern portion of Lucas County at the moment. There is some slight converging winds basically just north of Sheraton, but the most robust with the converging winds is here further to the east. So the east of Highway 14. So watch the eastern half of the county. I think that's where the worst of the conditions are right now. Not too hot on what's happening over to Monroe County. There's likely still some very gusty winds at play here, perhaps even up to 60 miles per hour at times. We'll have to watch the winds and how they react as they move through and closer to Sheraton. The Sheraton Airport is actually west of town just a little bit, so may not get the best vantage point. 52 over near Creston. Now, what I do want to show you is the flash flood warnings that we have in play. 1 second here. I hate it when it does this. It starts showing all the warnings, and it gets really crazy. That flash flood warning to the west, that hexagonal one, thankfully this storm is moving fairly progressively at this juncture, and this is going to limit just how much heavy rain moves in and over this territory. That is certainly going to be a good thing there. I'm going to go back over here to Marion and Warren County. Most of the rain is now out of these spots. Storms are incoming. They are weakening, though, from out to the west. I have very high confidence that we do not see any more significant rain in this area. Based on the current trends, you can never rule out something new pulsing up. However, what's happening out west, I think we're going to be in better shape to maybe help avoid any more significant rain up there in the northern part of Marion County. So, Joe, that's what I've got right now. Just watching those converging winds. I'm not seeing any rotation here, though, at the moment. Nothing significant worth noting, I should say.
Which we'll take that, right?
I think so.
We'll take that. I'll bring it back over to me here. Yeah, still, as Chris mentioned, still watching the hail with this one in Lucas County.
Joe, I think we'll give it another 15 minutes here of coverage. We're getting into the overnight and we're starting to stretch our resources thin. We'll see how this goes out over Monroe and Lucas County, but I'm thinking that's the way to go here at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Thought I was seeing an update on something, and I was not. Yeah, guys, just continuing to watch these storms. Still my. I just keep coming back to this one in Lucas County. It's just it's been very impressive to watch the hail signature within this this storm, and take it back over the last hour. I mean, you had it showing up south of Knoxville there an hour ago, and then watch it just go away. And then start to build again in between Melcher, Dallas, and Lacona. And then it just increased in intensity, and now it's a little bit of a pulse weaker over the last scan to 2 scans, which is good news. We don't want to see a hail core as strong as this one has been showing itself at times. We don't want to continue seeing this produce hail at the magnitude that it may have been at one particular point. Keeping an eye out for any storm reports too, but just nothing out of this just yet. But that hail might be enough to wake a few folks up. That'll make some noise up on the roof. That's for sure. So as Chris mentioned just a little bit ago, and Chris, the radar is at least picking up. It's almost been kind of shifting within the storm itself, the area of the largest hail being shown on radar. It's kind of been swaying from it'll intensify farther to the east, and then it'll intensify back to the west. Last couple scans, I've seen another little sway farther west, closer to Williamson. Maybe it's been a few years since I've tracked storms like this, but it just seems like a little bit of odd behavior.
It's moving in an odd direction, which I think kind of toys with us sometimes too. So this
Good point.
spot of hail is drifting to the south, a little bit south of east, and it's up to 2 inches in diameter into this bullseye right now. So that's getting up between golf ball, hen egg, and tennis ball sized hail out of Williamson. Now, we don't have the ground truth with this at this point, but we're certainly seeing that overhead. I have the hail kind of parameter overlaid the parts of the thunderstorm. That's what prompted this warning. This is the most robust storm that we're looking at the present, is in Lucas County right now. And it's mainly for hail. It's not even so much for the wind component at this point. So continuing to track this storm. Northeastern, eastern Lucas County especially right now is where we have the most significant sector of this storm. A lot of turbulent motion. Looks like a good dose of convergence going up over Sheraton right now. A little bit there, just a little bit further to the north and east. So probably sending up a new core there up Highway 14 just north of Sheraton, Joe.
Yeah, so still plenty for us. Excuse me, to monitor here with this storm. Now, what we may see and may end up seeing happen here is this storm is still kind of on its own. You know, it's been the easternmost cell all night long, and has just moved south of the areas where the first couple of storms popped earlier this evening. And, you know, when we see these storms that are farther west that are moving at a little bit of a quicker pace catch up to this one, what we're hoping for is that it ends up taking the trend of what the storms farther west and that kind of cluster and line of storms has taken, which is just a slightly weaker, line overall. Still has produced gusty winds and strong winds at times, but just not to the, it's not as robust as it was earlier on tonight and just a few hours ago. So we're, that's the hope, is that once the storms off to the west catch up to the storms farther east, that this storm that's still kind of on its own, moving through Lucas County especially, it's where we've had the strongest hail signature. Just hoping that this cell kind of weakens as those storms that are farther west end up running into this one eventually. So this storm has been ongoing for quite a while. Still is going strong. Let's get hail up here once again. So just east of Iowa Highway 14 is where radar's picking up on the largest hailstones within this, which is this kind of pinkish purple color, which is 1.8, 1.9 inches in diameter for the hail size. That is large hail and significant hail for sure. Still no ground truth to it, but given how this storm has shown itself, would not be surprised if we, absolutely have seen at least some hail kind of through this as it continues southward.
Just because we haven't heard anything doesn't mean it's not happening, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so we'll likely eventually get reports out of this, and even if we don't, it still has likely occurred. But with this now, still pushing south. I need to zoom out just a little bit more. Let me take that out. Bear with me one moment here. I'm going to put this right along Highway 34. So this is still all indications are that this is moving to pretty much almost straight southward, maybe a little bit of a southeasterly component to it. Getting into, Russell, maybe seeing a little bit of, maybe not hail at this point, but heavy rainfall for sure. Moving in right now. Millerton by 108 and Corden by 126. So still a little bit of time to go with this. Not just the severe thunderstorm warning, but likely a little bit of time to go with this particular cell as it continues moving through here. But the severe thunderstorm warning in Lucas County will last until 12:45, so another 5 minutes. Have not seen or gotten any word from the National Weather Service that anything will be extended southward, but we'll just have to wait and see on that one.
Joe, I think we're on the downward trend. Go ahead and bring it over to me.
Yeah.
With the strength of our storms here for tonight. So this was at 12:21, give or take 20 minutes ago. 500 lightning strikes, and we'll bring it to present. We are down to 311. So we've lost, a good, 40%?
Yeah. Something like that.
Almost 50%. Coming in. So still, don't get me wrong, there's still something powerful happening there, especially on the Lucas County side. You can see a clear air to more lightning strikes than into Monroe County. But we're starting to see an overall downward trend. I'm going to pull the radar picture back to the west. Let's go ahead and sample what's on screen. This shows you how many are on screen. This is 100. That is not in a good spot. Let me move it for you. 177 lightning bolts comparatively. And earlier, this number was far more when it was to the west. The highest concentration right now is moving into Taylor County. So there's a strong storm there. That's going to be worth watching. In fact, why don't we just go ahead and analyze the radar here with you at the moment with this one. Some storm level circulations being noted down there into Taylor County, but as I kind of mentioned earlier, the atmosphere is trying to stabilize at this part of the night down at the surface, so it makes it harder to drop something back down. Just south of the border, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be for Nottoway in Worth counties in Missouri. So that's worthy of watching. Haven't seen the ground truth come in from this vicinity into Taylor County just yet. I think our most robust storm at the moment is the hailer that's currently situated over eastern Lucas County. Around the Williamson area, I think, is where we've been seeing the most persistent, strongest hail. And gosh, Joe, it's been there for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
If I show the hail tracks up here, this is a 30-minute product, and it's just a clear bullseye that's been in there.
Look at that cluster.
I'll even back it up 30 minutes. You see, it just got in there in that 30-minute window. It's been there ever since. So not only potential for large hail, but a lot of hail in there as well. It is falling to the ground at this juncture. We're seeing the signal that it is getting smaller. That's a good trend. And remember what I just said about the lightning. We're trending the right way. Could still be severe. In fact, I would still say it is at this point, both in the hail side of things and the possible wind side of things, but we're going the right direction. And as soon as that western line catches it, that's going to be it for it. So 41 miles per hour, the latest wind gust out of Sheraton. So we'll continue to monitor that. Some gusty winds. That is not up to severe threshold. But it's not to say it can't happen elsewhere. And we've been continually saying the eastern part of the county is the most impressive part of the storm. So it could be a little bit stronger out there as well. Joe?
Yeah, I got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Just an extension off of the storm that Chris was just tracking. So this now stretches down to the Iowa-Missouri border and does include Wayne and Appanoose counties. And
that's a big warning.
What's that?
That is a big warning.
Yeah, that's a big old polygon. So that's going to go until 2 o'clock in the morning. One quick mention here We did get an update into the station from Pleasantville Police Department. Power was out on the northeast portion of town. A couple trees down, one potentially hit a house. And that was, that was in Pleasantville.
Okay.
So
that storm was strong.
Oh gosh, yeah, it was a little bit of not even a little bit. It was a beast of a cell there for a bit, and is obviously still chugging along here. So, yeah, I know, Chris, you mentioned getting to that point, but. Yeah, just, I guess.
It takes time.
What's that?
It takes time.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
That report coming in out of Pleasantville, I don't think that's a shock to hear that. That storm, that had a classic signature on it. I'm going to back up, actually, to...
Oh, the hook was just... I mean, it was... pronounced.
Joe, you and I were, kind of texting.
Yeah.
And about 2 minutes before the tornado warning came down, I said it's going to go torwarn, and it had a classic hook on it, and it was pronounced. It's been more than 3 hours ago. I have to back things up a little bit more.
And if Joe,
here, boom.
So, there it is. And funnily enough, Chris, I was responding to you when that red polygon showed up.
You did.
And I was responding with, I really hope we don't see a tornado warning. And sure enough.
It came in.
Boom.
Okay, just kind of looking at that is a 5-county warning, Appanoose, Lucas, Monroe, Wayne, and Davis County until 2 a.m. Goodness, an hour and 15 minutes.
It's a long one.
It is a long warning as it moves to the south, and we'll see how things are going here with the lightning strikes. 381, back that up here on screen at this point, 510. It's not down quite as much as it was just a few minutes ago. So eastern Lucas County, there's been some hail. Haven't heard reports yet. If you're watching us on the stream and you're in that vicinity, let us know. Of course, we want you to be safe. Don't run out into the hail. But after the fact, sometimes we can gather something a little bit stronger, up to 1.5 inches in diameter here. That's what we have, say, over the Russell area. That's what it appears to be. So just south of US 34, southeast of Russell. That's what radar is estimating things to be. Wind gusts in Sheraton at the airport were up to, 42 miles per hour. That's going to jump up on screen here unless there's a new one, 41 miles per hour. Don't have any other sites in view to register significant winds, but this western section of the line that's incoming has significantly weakened with, I think, an exception out towards Bedford. But even in the winds only registering up to 24 right there, that's a fairly low confidence that we have the significant wind on the north side of the border. And we don't have the National Weather Service pulling the trigger on a warning right now in the vicinity, though on the south side, down out of the Kansas City, Missouri office, they are doing that. Flash flood warning up to the north. Thankfully, it's been progressive through there. Limited amounts of rain from there on out, from Madison back through Adair, Cass County, Union, and Adams County. So that one encompassing. I think we're going to be in better shape there, and I don't think we're going to be seeing much, if any, in the lingering flash flood warnings there over Warren and Marion. Joe, we'll keep it going just a little bit here. Let's at least get to 1 o'clock before we let things go.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Yeah, gosh, what a night this has, kind of turned into. I'm so sorry. Chris had you up on cam there for a bit. I lost where I was on the stream. So, Yeah, just continuing to monitor and track again as we see these storms that are, you know, farther off to the west. You know, this whole cluster in here. You know, as it runs into this storm here, hopefully that takes away some. I mean, it's already been pulsing down a little bit. This storm moving through Sheraton, moving through, you know, right over Highway 34. You know, it's shown a downward trend and a downward pulse as of late, which is great news. And we're hoping that trend does continue as the storms off to the west eventually collide and you know, run into this storm that has been pretty much on its own the entirety of the night. You know, it started as just a couple of storms that popped up, stretching from Indianola over towards Pleasantville and Pella. And it was just a couple to start. Then those storms, those first ones that popped, ended up you know, just growing in size and becoming kind of just one big cell, and it's just continued, creating for all of these severe thunderstorm warnings. There were you know, a couple different tornado warnings as that was around Pleasantville, and then of course the flash flood warnings that you do see up, including Knoxville and Pleasantville. Yeah, just a quick reminder that severe thunderstorm watch will continue till 3 o'clock, but hopefully we are into that kind of downward trend and downward slope of these storms becoming a little bit less robust. Let's get an updated look at the hail within this guy here. So it's still a couple of spots showing, you know, hail that is up to 1.3 inches in diameter, as well as 1.1. So, you know, just a little bit ago, you know, 20 minutes ago, radar was picking up on hail potentially up to 2.25 inch in size. So the hail size has lessened, and the hail size has gotten smaller over the past several scans here. All good news, all things that we want to see, and all things that we want to, trends that we want to continue to see. Chris, anything you want to talk about with the shear detection there?
Yeah, lots of little thunderstorm interactions here, Joe, that are going on. A lot of this is head-to-head wind butting directly into itself, and it shoves things up in the air. That's our updraft. That's what's sustaining the hail threat over now eastern, southeastern Lucas County at this juncture. Now, that severe thunderstorm warning does go into Monroe County as well. The wind profile isn't near as strong here. I'll just sample the strongest I'm seeing just southeast of Melrose. 29 miles per hour is what that individual gate is showing, and a little bit to the northwest towards Albia up to 32 miles per hour. Now that's being sampled up in the clouds. You can get some of those interactions to come back down to the surface as well. Last check was 41 miles per hour out of Sheraton. We don't have any observation site into Monroe County, so we'll continue to watch that Sheraton site and see if it can get a little bit more antsy with the returns showing up on radar. But the bigger story with this one has been hail a lot as of late, kind of splitting apart into two separate areas, up to $50 sized hail at this point. And east of Sheraton, and then just to the south and west of Melrose at this point and in time. I want to show you the storm reports, just checking in just to see if there's anything new. There's not. We do have a lot of rain reports, some of those from earlier in the day, so I'm actually going to go to 12 hours. The banner will say 24 hours, but this is the last 12 hours worth of reports. coming in. A couple of funnel clouds. We could confirm via radar that there was a brief touchdown of a tornado near Messina, though that's not particularly registered here on this particular graphic. And then there was potential touchdown over by Pleasantville as well, and a few funnels towards, what was that, Lowermore?
Yes,
Yeah,
Lowermore.
We had a couple of funnel reports there. Some wind that was stronger with that incoming line to the west. That has since weakened considerably. I think we're on our last gasp here. We're watching this one storm over Lucas and Monroe counties right now as it descends to the south. The speed on that, Joe, checking in.
I believe it's still 20 miles per
20
hour.
miles per hour. It's not the fastest, but it's faster than it had been moving. Believe you me. So just quickly here, down to the south at 20. Those are estimated times of arrival, incoming, New York. 110, been there, small community. Millerton, 112. Rathbun will be near the lake and near Rathbun at 125. Corden by 132, 139 in Centerville. And if things continue to hold, we get way into the south side of that polygon. Seymour at 147. Some gusty winds in there. This is warned for hail up to 1 inch in diameter and 60 mile per hour wind. Joe, why don't you go ahead and wrap us up here for the night. We'll go to a looping radar after that, and we'll keep that up solidly. And we'll jump back on if there's a significant need beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. So want to, just, did you say wrap it up, Chris?
I did.
I'm so sorry. My brain's not moving at the quickest pace. So want to we'll keep a looping radar going overnight here, and to continue to have that through the rest of these storms as they continue moving through. And as Chris mentioned, we will jump in if we need to at any point here. So want to thank you all for tuning in tonight and trusting us with your weather updates and all the warning updates and everything in between. We really do appreciate the viewership and support that you all give us. So have a great well, I guess
Morning.
have a good morning, and have a good weekend. More rain on the way Sunday. Could see a few more storms in southern Iowa tomorrow or Saturday night, but not expecting any severe weather. But in the meantime, let's get you back to looping radar, and hope you do have yourself a great rest of your Friday night / Saturday morning.